the girl. So what are you supposed to be?
Dorcas!
Hi, everyone. I'm Inuma. No! 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 Okay. Do you know? You ride fast. You ride fast.
right, guys, good morning. Friends. Hello, how is everybody doing? Good morning to each and every one of you. DZ, Nightwish, Jay, Big Daddy Bubbles, Jaws, Owlishness, Dixon, The Flexorcist, Razzle Smasher, Horiku, Max, Choreo Dixon, V Rankin, and then we got Bulb Sweet Bulb with $5. Whole lot of judging of Platner's actions before we even know if he got permission from Counterpoints to sext those women. Jenny the Bean, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Feeney, Sup DNS, Little Boots, Lazy Sunday, Hey Man Flicks, Just Joshin, Sobek Senpai, Kalo, Battle Stove, Fishing. What's up, guys? Freaking love bagpipes, bro. I don't know. I just love them. I love them a whole lot. Probably my favorite instrument, besides maybe the piano. Maybe. Jen, good morning. I think Connor blocked me. Oh no, what did you do? Did Hutch skip yesterday's stream to watch Backrooms? No, I played a lot of, what's it called? Crimson Desert. Played a bunch of that game. Like Red Dead Redemption had a baby with, Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring? I don't know. Hutch, did you consider Mills was old? I don't even know where to begin with the Platner stuff. I'm so fucking pissed, you guys. I'm so fucking pissed about the Platner stuff. I'm legitimately fucking pissed about this whole situation. I'm about to lock in. I am about ready to lock in a Kalshi bet against Platner. I just don't think this guy is going to survive the next, politically, the next 6 months. I think he's cooked. Did something new happen with him? Well, just the news that came out. Was it yesterday or the day before? This is not going to end. There's going to be a new fucking story every 1 or 2 weeks. They're all going to be bad. And he's going to lose to Collins. It's just all because, you know, for some reason people just feel so committed to this guy. Like, we're still in the primaries. He could drop out and be replaced with a different candidate. You know, we know that candidates can drop out close to the election and still be competitive. So I just don't understand what is so special about Platner that he has to be the candidate. I just don't understand. He's just such a horrible candidate in just a million different ways. And I just feel so fucking gaslit by the people that are like his biggest fans. I feel gaslit. This should have been over at the Nazi tattoo. You know, that's a really funny sentence to say out loud about a Democratic Party candidate. This should have been over at the Nazi tattoo. The discussion should have been over when the Nazi tattoo came out. It should have been done at that point. That should have been it. And it wasn't. And, you know, like, here we are. Because if the Nazi tattoo story didn't take him down, if that didn't lead to him dropping out, I don't think anything will, you know? So like now, no matter what comes out, I don't think he's going to drop out. And, you know, his supporters have backed themselves into this corner where, you know, they're still going to back him. No matter what, essentially, you know, no matter what, I guess. And now we're just stuck with this fucking bozo. And it's like, what's frustrating is that it seems like you have to explain to people why a guy sexting a dozen different women while his wife is trying IVF treatments in less than a year after getting married. Like, so apparently this needs to be explained. Like why it's pretty bad Like, that apparently needs to be explained to a lot of people now. They're like, what? It's consenting adults. It's like, yeah, I guess 13 consenting adults. The whole thing is just so frustrating. We're like, I feel like we're being, this Senate race is being held hostage by the fucking sloppulous. But okay, whatever.
Let's bring in MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell for the very latest on this. Michael, welcome. So what does this story entail? How did it leak? And what has been the campaign's response?
Yeah, Alex, this is still a developing story that first broke yesterday by the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. They're reporting that last year, as Graham Platner's campaign for Senate was getting underway, his wife came forward to the campaign and said that she was aware of sexually explicit text messages that her husband was exchanging with other women. The New York Times reporting that it was up to a dozen other women. Again, sexually explicit messages. This came up as
Jesus Christ.
That is common on campaigns during the vetting process.
We're so cooked, you guys.
And those closest to them, if there's anything that the campaign should know about. So if they know about it, they can react to it if it ever were to come to light. And that is when these text messages, that is when Graham Platner's wife came forward with these text messages. Notably, it was right before a big Labor Day rally that Graham Platner had planned with Bernie Sanders, during which Bernie Sanders was scheduled to endorse Graham Platner. And this is sort of the latest controversy that is going after Graham Platner. There was his Nazi tattoo that was discovered. There were previous social media.
What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
You blew it, like big time. Yeah, I wish you guys would just stay out of this. I didn't.
Like, why are we doing this? Why are we gambling such a winnable seat in such an opportune time on this fucking Platner moron? Like, why? Why? Because he uses words like material conditions? Like, is that really why? Because, you know, he talks shit about Democrats? Why? Why are we doing this? It doesn't have to be this way. Like, we could choose. They could go with a different candidate. Like, it doesn't have to. Guys, we're gonna see his cock. Don't you understand where this story is going? We are going to see Graham Platner's penis at some point. This man has probably sent pictures of his penis to dozens of women, okay? He will be the first Senate
Sexting
candidate.
Scandal? I did not see that coming.
Jesus Christ. He will be the first Senate candidate that I'm aware of whose penis we see, like, before the election. Like, it's gonna come out. Like, these specific, we're gonna see his sext messages. We're gonna see him talking about, like, hey, baby, I'm thinking about you. Thinking about bending you over my couch and slipping my wiener up in the, like, we're gonna see these sex messages and we're gonna see his dick. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time. Okay, but if I like what I see, I'm voting for him. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Post that had been inappropriate, talking about sexual harassment and other things like that. Graham Platner has been open about the PTSD he has suffered with after serving tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. But these text messages are the latest below, and they come at a critical point and a critical moment, just 1 week before that Democratic primary, which is no longer competitive because Janet Mills, who was his most foremost competitor, the current governor of Maine, she dropped out. But still, a really significant story. And we are now hearing from Graham Platner's wife. She has responded in both a statement and a long video on social media saying,
boy, is that video something. Boy, is that video something. This fucking poor woman. I couldn't help but feel bad. This poor woman has to record a fucking 5-minute Twitter video. She didn't sign up for this. She did, but, you know, not really.
Hey everyone, it's Amy. I wanted to make a statement today and, oh sorry, I'm getting eaten by bugs. I wanted to make a statement today in response to a couple of news articles that are out there about my marriage to Graham. If anybody knows me and Graham personally, you know that we got married in 2023. We live in Sullivan. We've got 2 dogs, and we love each other deeply. So it makes me really angry, disappointed, and I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets and people who are willing to spread.
Like, he didn't even put out a statement, which is like another thing that I find a little bit contemptible. Like, he didn't even put out the initial statement. He had his wife, "Let me go in the backyard, record a video so I can put it up on Twitter." Like, he didn't put up a video like taking accountability and acknowledging what happened, and he had his fucking wife do it, bro.
Gossip. Instead of talking about,
Like, not only is he a moron, but he seems like he's like kind of a fucking scumbag, right?
about real issues that Graham is running on, like healthcare and education and childcare. I'm walking up and down my road right now, and this is like my 20th take. This is very hard to do, but I just really wanted to make sure that everyone knows that Graham and I have a great marriage. Being married is hard. Being newly married is hard. Being newly married and going through infertility is hard. Being newly married, going through infertility, and a Senate campaign is hard.
I feel like she's leaving out something that is very topical and relevant.
I don't see the problem. I text other women all the time. Melania doesn't have a problem with it. Oddly, she seems happy that I'm messaging other women. I'm starting to like Platner. He has my endorsement. Got to give him props. Dude has game.
I don't even know if I have the right words to describe what we've been going through, but our marriage counselor helps. My personal counselor helps. Graham's personal counselor helps. And we work on our mental health every day. No marriage is perfect, and I don't want a perfect marriage. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. Sorry, black flies. I knew the man that I married is wonderful and dynamic and probably a genius.
Ugh. Ugh.
I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount of violent, active combat. And he's been in therapy for years. I admire the fuck out of him. So when there are news...
Also, can we talk about the fact that he's very clearly hiding his Nazi tattoo? He had a Keek profile. Has? It's active. Well, I don't know if it's active, but it was up. They found it. Like, he didn't delete it. That's the other thing here. Like, you guys, so they find all of his Reddit posts. Is it Keek or Kick? I don't know how you pronounce it. They find his old Reddit posts because it was attached to his fucking email.
I'm gonna come.
That becomes a whole thing. Okay, and then they find his is it Keek or Kick? I don't even know. Kick. Then they find his Kick profile, which is P Hustle 0331, and in his profile picture, he's like very clearly hiding his Nazi tattoo. But he didn't know what the tattoo was, right? Like, but he didn't know. He just found out like a few weeks ago. But he didn't know. But he's like, it's just interesting. That's the only tattoo that he is like tactically hiding in his profile picture. But he didn't know what that tattoo was, guys. Like everything about this story, like they found his Reddit account, and his Reddit account was like P Hustle something.
Sounds like he's farming more than oysters. Ayo.
And then he doesn't delete the Kick profile. Excuse me? And it has the same fucking name. And he didn't think that that would be a good idea to delete the Kick profile? You know, I don't know anything about this platform. You guys are saying it's bad. People online were saying that it's like a bunch of kids on Kick or something like that. That's a whole other side of this story that I don't even fucking know about. Like, how many red alarms need to start going off before the sloppulest online that are propping this guy up bail? Like, how many more red flags do you need to see for people to understand that this is a very, very flawed candidate?
News articles about our marriage. It's just extra shitty. Can I say that online? I hope I can. Be married to Graham. Sorry, black flies. I knew the man that I married is wonderful and dynamic and probably a genius.
That seems doubtful. FDR in a mech suit, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. It's tough. I think Platner has some good policy. I mean, it's just like, what difference does it make if you like some of his policies when he's so profoundly flawed as a candidate and so vulnerable? And you have to assume that there's a lot more stuff that's going to come out in the next like 6 months. This is not going to end. This is going to keep going. And what I find striking is that the reactions to it remind me a lot of MAGA. Boy, do they remind me a lot of MAGA. Like with each new scandal, the slopulous seem to be more invested. Well, this just makes me like him even more. The victimization that they're doing is nauseating. They're treating these stories as though it's like the machine coming after him because he wants to, be tougher on Israel. When really it's just like journalists fucking doing like the bare minimum. Like this is literally their job. I don't know what to tell you. If you're running for a US Senate seat, it's one of the most powerful seats in the world. You sometimes take votes that impact billions of people. So there's a high degree of trust that voters are giving somebody when you elect them to the Senate. And therefore, it's entirely appropriate for your life to be scrutinized. People have a right to know what kind of life you've lived, what kind of judgment you have. What is your character? People have a right to know that, and it's the media's job, and it's like opposition research. It's like their opposition researchers' jobs, both in our party and in the Republican Party. It's their job to pour through these candidates' lives. That comes with the territory. If you want this job, you are subject to scrutiny, and that scrutiny is not inappropriate. It's normal. It's good. It's necessary. It's inevitable. And for them to frame it as though this is just like, oh, poor Graham Platner and his wife having their privacy violated Excuse me? Nobody forced this guy to run for Senate. Nobody forced this to happen. What did he think was going to happen?
Raji was just an awesome child of Hutch gifting 10 subs. I guess socialism does work.
Jaji, thank you so much for the 10 gift. Appreciate it, buddy. Ryzen again, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Nobody forced this guy to run for Senate. This was like, they're gonna look into your past. And it's not them being like the big bad evil machine. That they're just doing their jobs. That's the job. And they're like, his supporters like are straight up acting like MAGA. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like the worse it gets, the more they dig in. And it's so reminiscent of MAGA. And it kind of creeps me out a little bit.
I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount of violent, active combat. And he's been in therapy for years. I admire the fuck out of him. So when there are news articles about our marriage, it's just extra shitty. Can I say that online? I hope I can. It's extra shitty because people in Maine want affordable gas. They want to be able to see their doctor.
It's extra shitty that the media is like looking into my husband. That's super shitty. The way it should be is if I run for a US Senate seat, nobody should look into my past. And if they do, that's shitty.
When they're sick, they want to be able to send like their kids to a nice school, a nice daycare facility, and raise families.
This is just a distraction because the Maine voters want to talk about the hospitals closing and the schools and spending money on foreign wars that we should be spending here at home. That's the issue. And Susan Collins and the Democratic establishment and the media want to distract the voters from talking about the things that actually matter. It's so predictable. It's so predictable and it's so stupid. Like, people have a right to know if you have, you know, good sense and good character, and if you're honest and if you'll make good decisions. Like, they have a right to know that. You're asking them for so much trust? For so much trust? God, it just drives me insane. I feel like we're all being collectively gaslit. You know, let me reiterate again, and it's the funniest sentence ever. This conversation should have been over at the fucking Nazi tattoo. It should have been done at that point. I thought it would be, because that's typically like, you know, Democratic Party candidates are usually held to higher standards. And so I assumed like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's that, right? Like, that settles that, you know, like, there's no way he survives this. And then now I'm watching like my own party use this, like, do the same kind of MAGA stuff. It's like a MAGA level acceptance of a candidate who's just like so clearly problematic in about 50 different ways. But the conversation should have been over at the Nazi tattoo, and then instead we got bogged down into this, well, you know, it just kind of looks like a skull and crossbones, and could be a pirate tattoo, we don't know, you know, like, we got bogged down into all that, and it just like, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to add to this. It's just so crazy. Such a crazy situation.
Families the way that they want to. So I think I'm feeling angry today. And I don't normally make public statements, but it's really important for me to tell all of you out there, especially people who are voting in Maine, that I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of.
I hate it. You know, listen, I hate it. all he wants to do is give you guys healthcare. It's so nauseating. It's so fucking insulting.
People who work for a living. And that's it. He doesn't have any other agenda, which is what I think people are trying to dig up. And this is a long video, so I hope my editing team isn't too frustrated with me. I hope that everyone's having a good Saturday. Graham and I really care about the state of Maine. We really love it. We were born and raised here, and I think we deserve better. I think Mainers deserve better. And
unironically, I do too, but just not in the way that she is describing.
I don't know what else to say. So if you're editing this video, I'm really sorry. Thanks for watching.
What the fuck, Nebrek? Jesus Christ, would you chill the fuck out? Jesus. A crazy thing to say.
Graham, we heard saw Amy's video last night about this situation, the story in the
Stop, Jola, stop it. Stop it, knock it off.
Times and the Journal. What would your statement be at this point?
It's no surprise to me that the establishment media outlets are just going to run gossip instead of wanting to talk about the things that actually matter in this race, which are the material realities that the Mainers are working with. These people are going to try to make this race about anything but what it's supposed to be about, which is policy. They never want to talk about policy. Amy and I have a very loving and very happy marriage. They would very much like to try to rip that apart. They're going to come after us in every awful way that they possibly can. And we're just going to keep talking about the fact that the hospitals are closing, the fact that child care facilities are closing, the fact that teachers and nurses aren't paid enough, and the fact that everybody down here continues to work harder and longer and get less. But of course, the powers that be do not want us to talk about that. And so they're going to just do gossip instead.
But the stories are true, right? About the texts?
No.
What? What do you mean they're not true? You guys, you admitted it. They acknowledged. They didn't deny the story. What do you mean it's not true?
This is the amazing part. The Wall Street Journal and the New York Times ran stories without any evidence besides the gossip from a former staffer. I'm sorry, that's frankly journalistic malpractice. We pushed back on it, they won it, they did it anyways.
So, do you have a question? So are you confirming that the messages did not exist?
What's that?
The messages, they did not.
I'm confirming that what Genevieve McDonald said in the New York Times is not true.
What the fuck does that mean?
So you never met with her about uncomfortable, for lack of a better word, sexting messages as the campaign was going?
We talked about things in Amy and I's marriage that we've gone through over the years. We talked about that because that's our marriage, and we discussed it with the campaign. What Genevieve McDonald claims isn't true.
Thank you, folks.
What the fuck does this even mean? What does that even mean? We're all being so fucking collectively gaslit about this fucking guy. And I'm just not going to pretend anymore, okay? Not that I ever did, but I'm just like, listen, I am willing to bite the bullet on some insane thought experiments when it comes to Blue No Matter Who, and assuming that we, go through the rest of this Maine primary and he becomes the nominee, I will unreservedly, suggest that people in Maine vote for Platner over Collins. I'm not going to pretend like there's not problems here, because it's so insulting. It's so fucking insulting. My line's going to be like, yeah, there's some obvious problems, but like the Senate majority is way too important, and I would vote for probably like a serial killer if it meant getting a Senate majority. But I'm not going to sit here and say like, what even is this story? Why is this a story? It's a story of consenting adults. as if it needs to be explained why a newlywed sexting a dozen women at the same time while his wife is on IVF treatments for infertility. Like, I don't need to explain why that's a problem. People already know. They're just maybe gaslighting themselves into thinking that this doesn't represent a serious indictment of his judgment, which does make you pause a little bit at the idea of like electing him to the US Senate. So I just don't understand. Like, I can't understand blue no matter who. Obviously, I've been pushing that for years. I don't understand the people that are trying to minimize this story or trying to victimize this guy. Like the big bad establishment is coming after this guy who just wants to give you health care. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That's crazy. That's insane. All elite memes with $5. They were accusing people of supporting genocide. Now they're crumbling at the slightest scrutiny. Do they not know that it's only going to get worse? And then Ryzen, did I get you for the tier 1? I think I did. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm not going to pretend like this guy doesn't have problems. I don't know why people are doing this. It's insane. It's so insulting. It's so fucking insulting what they're doing. Susan Collins just released a statement. She's very concerned. Oh dear.
Saying that her marriage with Graham Platner is strong and that is a personal matter. Take a listen.
I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets and people.
Bad Company with $5. If you had Platner on the pod and harped on this story for 45 minutes, do you think people would call it a challenging interview with hard questions? Well, some people would, other people wouldn't.
Who are willing to spread gossip instead of talking about real issues. It's really important for me to tell all of you out there, especially people who are voting in Maine, that I think it's shameful.
I saw a tweet, unironically, I saw a tweet from a woman creator, and she was referencing this video that Graham Platner's wife put up, and she said, when Graham Platner's wife said, I don't want a perfect marriage, I want my marriage, I got chills. And I fucking almost nearly vomited when I read it. I was like, are you fucking kidding me with this? I was like, are you fucking insane right now? Excuse me? Like, if a friend of yours called you on the phone and said her husband was sexting a dozen women at the same time within a year of their marriage, what would you say to your friend? You'd be like, girl, get the fuck out of there. You know what I mean? Like, that is kind of beautiful. All right, listen, we don't ban for bad opinions, but we might start doing that. JH Cruz with $5. Ask any Zoomer. We were all groomed on Kick. Excuse me? I have the Jew with $5. Excuse me? What are you talking about? I have the Jew with $5. Tried listening to McMurrow with Matt and Emma. Matt isn't good at his job. I got bored 15 minutes in. Didn't even get to the spicy stuff. It wasn't really spicy, to be honest with you. That interview was not very spicy. Das Vidania with $5. Rebecca and Morris Katz need to be drummed out of politics if Platner loses to Collins with how much they pushed this guy and fabricated his bio. I agree 1,000%. Rising again with $2 Australian. Imagine if Alyssa Slotkin had a Nazi tattoo. Oh my God.
Full behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work for a living.
Like, it would be one thing if he came out and said, you know, yes, I've made mistakes in my life. This was one of those mistakes. You know, I'm sorry for the pain that it caused my wife. I understand how these actions could give voters like pause. You know, if he like really owned it, then that would be one thing. But it's just like the victimization angle from both him and his wife and his most ardent followers online that just make me, it's so insulting. It's so insulting to my intelligence to frame this story as though he's the victim. It's just, it's so infuriating.
Now, Alex, we're going to have to see if that's enough to calm some nerves among voters, among other politicians. Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey, was on television earlier today, asked about this, and he said Graham Platner certainly has some questions to answer. Now, this is all, again, notable because of next week's primary. And I mentioned it's no longer competitive because Janet Mills has since dropped out of the race, but she's actually still going to be on the ballot. She withdrew from campaign, but hasn't formally withdrawn from the race. Potentially, if this move
Can confirm I'm a Zoomer who was doing not great things when young on Kick. Oh boy, Jesus Christ. How bad was this problem?
moves any voters' minds, they could decide to jump on with Janet Mills, even though technically she's no longer in the race. So certainly that June primary just got a little bit more interesting as this latest controversy goes after Graham Platner.
Oh, 100%. Now, look, you make the point that this was a story that broke yesterday. So it appears that we do not know.
Oh, God. Is the primary next week? Hang on. When is the main Senate primary? Oh my God. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, well, listen. It is June 9th. It is a week from tomorrow. You know, we had time. We had time. When did the Nazi story come out? We had time to address this. I'm not gonna pretend like there's no problems with this guy. I'm just not gonna do that. I'm certainly not gonna endorse Susan Collins or suggest that people vote for Susan Collins, but I'm not gonna avoid talking about this guy's problems. I think that's more honest. Just like, yes, he does kind of appear to be maybe slightly, just a little bit, a piece of shit. And the Senate majority is so fucking important that you shouldn't even have to really think about who to vote for. Like, that's going to be, I'm not going to pretend like this guy doesn't have problems. It's insane.
What was said in these messages, nor do we know to whom specifically they were sent. Is that so?
Like I'm certainly not going to do the Kyle Kalinske strat. Like, what a crazy thing to post. What a crazy thing to post. What? This is a fucking insane thing to post, you guys. How is this not just straight up one-to-one MAGA logic? How many videos of like MAGA Karens in 2016 saying Donald Trump could have grabbed my pussy and I would have liked it? You don't have to post this kind of unhinged, deranged shit. Like, what a crazy thing to post. Nobody Chef with $10, totally off topic, and this isn't really something you ever need to cover on stream, but in your free time, you should watch the vids about this bricks and minifig situation. Reckless Ben is the channel. What are we talking about? I don't know any of the players in that situation. Jenks saying this is an attack by Israel. Democrats are now attacking Graham Platner with no shame. Same Democrats who told us to vote blue no matter who, when it was to back establishment candidates, are now stabbing Platner in the back. Why? Guys like Cory Booker, 100% work for Israel. That's who's organizing this. And you see how both the Uniparty and all of media are gleefully attacking an outsider like Platner. They despise real people who aren't corrupted by the system. They never go after insiders like this because they've already... Wait, what? They're already good boys and girls who do exactly as they're told. What a crazy human being Cenk Uygur is. Just bananas. Completely outside of his mind.
That is correct. We have not yet seen the messages, but there's one more important detail I should mention. In the New York Times article, one of the sources that they heard it from is Graham Platner's former political director. She's a woman named Genevieve McDonald, and she came forward and spoke on the record. You and I both know, Alex, a lot of the time when you're discussing very sensitive stories like this, it's oftentimes unnamed sources.
The Mac attack with 50 months. 50 months of watching you, you've went from hair to bald and skinny to skinny fat. Okay. We don't need to do that. I'm starting to lose weight again. It's a process. I made some bad decisions last night. Young one with 8 months. Is this to make Maine more at play? Zero Yor with 87 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Because folks don't feel comfortable putting their name on it for fear of maybe retribution or what have you. But in this case, we actually have an on-the-record source. She left the campaign back in October. She was one of 3 officials to leave the campaign at that time as controversy was swirling, and there was the fallout over Graham Platner's Nazi.
Somebody help me find the post. Where's Das Vidania? That Genevieve woman, she actually posted about... when she left, she posted about, she was like, guys, he has a Nazi tattoo. She just like, she was kind of my spirit animal. Where's that one post, you guys? What's her name again? Genevieve what now? She left the campaign. She refused to take a $15,000 buyout to sign an NDA. And she did a public post on Facebook, and it was basically the energy in the post was like, what are we doing? He's like, he's obviously a problem. God, what was her name again? I don't know if I'm going to take any Discord calls today, guys. I refuse to be gaslit today. Not gonna do it. What's her name, guy? Genevieve McDonald. So her story that she put out was this, which makes the story even worse, by the way. There are some details missing from this story. I hope it will be updated. The Wall Street Journal called me Friday morning to tell me they were running a story they had verified through multiple sources. I had spoken with them months ago off the record, so it was a courtesy call. I'd probably still get some blowback. After Wall Street Journal reached out to Platner campaign for comment, Morris Katz, who I think is his campaign manager, and he's also like 26 years old. Like, right? And is he not DSA affiliated? After Wall Street Journal reached out to the Platner campaign for comment, Morris Katz demanded that I call the Wall Street Journal, retract my comments, tell them their reporting was inaccurate, and send him a recording of the call. Imagine you're like a woman in your 40s, 50s, maybe you've worked on a bunch of campaigns, and you get a call from a fucking 26-year-old DSA person demanding a recording of the call. When I refused to lie for the Platner campaign, he sent this text. Just want to be clear on where we are right now. If the story goes in its current iteration, we'll communicate directly on the record and by name that Genevieve violated the personal trust of Amy and Graham and shared explicit falsehoods to sabotage the campaign. So I went on record with the New York Times. I'm sorry, but she's kind of a queen, right? She said, fuck you, buddy. Where is the initial statement that she made? Here. This is what she posted right after she left the campaign. I've run out of self-restraint, and worse than when the guys on the train to Boston were fanboying over Red Eats. The DC consultant class has fucked up our US Senate race again, and you all need to stop snipping at each other. This is seriously the dumbest timeline. Graham has an anti-Semitic tattoo on his chest. He's not an idiot. He's a military history buff. Maybe he didn't know it when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have had it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. His campaign released it themselves to some podcast bros, along with a video of him shirtless and drunk at a wedding to try to get ahead of it. The vault is open for GOP to fucking crush any dreams we had in the general, and literally everyone I know is fighting with each other on social media. We cannot be this painfully stupid. And again, this should have ended at the fucking tattoo. We should have gotten off this train as soon as the tattoo came out. It's so insane to me that we didn't get off this fucking train when the tattoo came out.
Symbol tattoo, in addition to those previously unearthed social media posts about sexual harassment and other things. So while we don't know yet what those images and what those text messages actually say or show, we are hearing it from at least one on the record source. Again, Miss McDonald saying that she is the one who spoke to, or one of the people who spoke to Graham Platner's wife when she came forward with these concerns.
Okay, so just to be clear, is she saying that she received a sexually explicit text from him, or she is aware of another person with a sexually explicit text?
The wife, Graham Platner's wife, came forward to the campaign and said she was aware of sexually explicit text messages being sent between Graham Platner and other women.
Primaries were a mistake. They talked about this on Meet the Press yesterday. Bozzy with 2 pounds sloppuless will blame Dems if the Senate's lost. They will 1000%. When Platner loses, and he's probably going to lose, they're going to blame like the libs on Twitter. Maybe you should have got behind him.
Mr. Bucket. That's right. I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Bucket.
Jesus.
Out of my mouth they won't pop. I'm Mr. Bucket. Whee! We're all gonna run. I'm Mr. Bucket.
What the?
Buckets of fun.
The game's Mr. Bucket. The first to get their balls into Mr. Bucket wins, but look out!
Jesus
the balls
Christ.
pop out of his mouth.
I'm Mr. Bucket. The balls pop out of my mouth. I'm Mr. Bucket. A ball is what I'm about. I'm Mr. Bucket. Whee! We're all gonna run. I'm Mr. Bucket. Buckets of fun.
Mr. Bucket.
Why?
Milton Bradley.
Buckets of fun.
Why? Meta with $10. We are watching the left turn into MAGA. You either die the hero, this case, stop because you have basic human understanding with standards, or you live long enough to become the villains. There's some, I am genuinely pretty alarmed and worried about like the state of Democratic Party politics. Bozzy with 2 pounds sloppuless will blame Dems. Think I already got you for that. Caleb with the tier 1 membership. Platner Defense Squad is anti-Ukraine Collins. Platner Defense Squad is anti-Ukraine. Collins isn't. Connery with $2. I didn't see you at Chilled's retirement stream last night. Why do you hate Chilled? Do you have beef with him like Sark? I never got over him cheating in chess. Never forgave him for that. C. James, 85 months. I'm in Discord. Any chance of chatting regarding Platner? I live in Portland, Maine, and I have many thoughts. All right, listen. We'll do one call. Jaime, C. Jaime. C. James.
Yo.
Yo. Hey, what's up? What's going on, buddy?
I wasn't thinking you were going to let me in here, but I'm good. How are you? I have thoughts on Platner, and I know you do too.
Yep.
So just background, I don't know. How many months have been subbed to you? 84, something like that? Long-time viewer.
Yep.
31 years old. Grew up in Metro Boston, and I've been living in Portland for 3 years now. So I've kind of seen the entirety of this campaign, like from the ground up. Went to the Fight the Oligarchy tour with Senator Sanders and Troy Jackson, who's running for governor here.
Nice.
Sort of the triad of those three. It was impactful. It was moving. He clearly has a lot of support from folks my age. I know a lot of people that are fresh out of college. There's a lot of young people here in Portland, which is candidly surprising to me when I moved here. And he's got universal support from that group. Like, think 22 to 35, whatever that technical demo is. So it's been interesting to me to see how unwavering that support is, despite these, the tattoo and subsequent scandals, big fat air quotes. So I'm really fascinated at how unwavering the support is.
Where are you at with it?
I'm a classic fence sitter. Ask anybody, who knows me personally. And they might, think I'm a little bit too pragmatic, kind of to use candidly, you've influenced me to sort of remain pragmatic amidst all of these things, all these, scandals.
That's great.
And I kind of am not really too sure. It makes me sad that we can't focus on true policy and we have to sort of look at these things. And so I kind of empathize with Graham from that perspective. And if you put a gun to my head, in Minecraft, I guess, that I would probably vote for him. But there just isn't
You mean in a primary or a general?
I literally was thinking today, how I don't know if I can go, in 8 days and go vote for him in the primary. He's going to get the primary nod, and he's going to be on the ticket against Senator Collins in November.
Yeah.
But it just makes me upset that that's our best option. And candidly, I studied journalism in college. I don't pursue it professionally, and so it is unfortunate for me to sort of see how disappointing, or how I am so disappointed at the response from Platner. I was, doing some work on the side, and you mentioned it yourself, but why doesn't he just be yeah, I was a shitty person, and I've kind of, have learned from my mistakes, even though my wife was seeking fertility treatments, and I didn't really notice that he was hiding the tattoo. That to me is a little bit crazy. I'm not going to say that he definitely knew what he was doing, but how can you really argue the contrary? That's kind of how I see it.
No, you can argue.
Could he have known?
You can argue that he knew it.
I agree.
Come on, this I'm putting. It's up on the screen right now.
I
He's
agree.
very, very clearly hiding his Nazi tattoo in his kick
No,
profile.
I agree.
There's so many layers to how bad this is. But yes.
Right. If I can't take my pragmatic hat off and say that he didn't know what he was doing, I can't. I can't prove the contrary. So I have to be pragmatic and say that that's what he was doing, and it sucks and it's stupid. Maine does deserve better. Is Platner going to go full Fetterman? If you had to pick, I'm going to toss it back on you. Do you think Platner would be closer to Fetterman or closer to what Janet Mills would have been if you had to pick one?
I mean,
no fence sitting.
Well, I think unquestionably closer to Fetterman. But Fetterman, to be clear, I don't like him, and I'm glad that he's very likely not going to survive a primary. But I'm pretty sure he votes with his party 80% of the time. So,
sure.
I have no reason to believe that Platner wouldn't vote with Democrats most of the time, which is for me, why this would be such an easy, even with all this stuff in a general, if I lived in Maine, I would not hesitate to vote for him. I just don't think about the individual candidates as much, and I just try to zoom out as much as possible. And I just think of the entire institution of this entire institution of the Senate and everything that they're responsible for doing. And he'll be one of 50 or 51 or 52 Democrats. And so it's an easy choice, but I'm just not going to gaslight people and tell them that this stuff is not bad. When you're thinking about who to vote for in an election, of course, their judgment is a huge factor in that decision. You want to know what kind of judgment they have. And if this guy is doing what he did, that's not great, but he'll be one of many Democrats. And so his impact will be diluted, but the Senate majority is just way too important.
I agree. And that's ultimately where I think I'm going to land. Again, I don't know if I can necessarily support him in a primary, but which sucks is because I was excited to go vote for him. I candidly did kind of, maybe believe him, air quotes, with like I didn't know about the tattoo, and like maybe that was, that's on me for just kind of being at this state of electoral politics where it's just like choosing the least bad option. That's kind of how a lot of us feel. I'm 10 years younger than you, and I've kind of grown up on the tail end of the Obama years, really sort of as my formative identity of politics, and it's all been downhill from there. Watching my senior year of college in 2016, Hillary, lose to Trump in that first, November of 2015. And then, it's all downhill from here. And this is sort of most of my identity for, politics and, electoral governance. It's sad. And so we're so sort of just pigeonholed into this, lots of kids. Your primary demo is the 25 through, whatever, like this younger generation, like you're on the sort of higher end of this demo that watches you. Like, a lot of us don't know anything different at this point. We've been so long in the tooth of this cycle of just, it's not what we grew up with, and it's disheartening because like I did get a little taste of it before it devolved into this. And like, I want to talk about how Platner's policies are, what Mainers need. Like I know we can't truly put everything aside, but like, just hear me out for a second. Like Platner's policies do sort of benefit the Mainers that he's catering his message to.
Sure.
And, we just can't, I think people are going to put his scandals aside, and vote for him.
Hopefully.
I do think that, and it just, I hate that, we have to talk about this first. I mean, I hate it, but it's also a necessary evil, right? Like you have to sort of make sure that this person's judgment is, on par with what you would want your elected representative to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just look who's in the White House right now, and it's disheartening. So
yeah,
that's just what I wanted to say. So I appreciate you giving me the platform to do so.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. I do hope you vote for him. I do. I mean that too.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, but I wish it was a different alternative, or I wish I never got a taste of what normal electoral democracy was before it all went to shit. So
yeah.
Anyway, appreciate you a lot. I've actually got to jump to a meeting. So
all right, man. Well, you enjoy your day. Take it easy.
All right. Cheers. Bye.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Politicians will just break your heart. Don't get attached to politicians. I think that's the lesson of the modern era. Read Dune. Read the Dune book series. It's all about this. Don't put your faith in charismatic leaders. Very dangerous road to go down. That's like the big lesson of Dune. Anyways, they talked about this a bit on Meet the Press. Chat's Lop with the primer. Thank you so much. Almost with $5. Turns out running someone with a Totenkopf tattoo was not a great idea. Who could have imagined that? Well, when you say it like that, God, it does feel like a frog in a boiling water situation with him. Just got in here. What new info came from Platner? Well, we know that he's very libidinous. Perhaps we could flip that into a good thing. We know that he has a very high libido. Maybe that, I'm just listening. I'm just looking for the silver lining here. He's got a lot of vigor. Is that actually a word? I don't know. It sounded right. Libidinous, showing excessive sexual drive. Lustful. Nice. Fucking nailed it with that word.
Platner, I'm to defend him. Val, I want to ask you about another controversial candidate for Democrats. You talked about Maine, Graham Platner. I'm going to just read from my notes because I want to get it right. He's faced a series of controversies, including past posts about sexual assault, a tattoo that resembled a Nazi symbol that he had.
Oh my God.
Covered up right before he ran, by the way. And now
that's not true. She's not getting the stories right. She's not getting this right. It didn't resemble a Nazi tattoo. It was a Nazi tattoo. And he did not get it covered up before he ran. He got it covered up a few days before the story broke. Caleb with $5. I've never seen Slopulous shill a Democrat Senate candidate in a competitive race as hard as they've shilled Platner. They went pretty hard in the paint for, and I'm not saying this as a dig, by the way, Fetterman. Yeah, Fetterman. What about some other, is there anybody else that we're not thinking of here? In terms of a Senate candidate? I think I agree. I think this is the hardest that they've gone in the tank for a Senate candidate. They're all in on Platner because he really speaks their language. Platner really speaks their language. He seems to be heavily influenced by like leftist thought. He uses words like material conditions, and he just speaks the language of populism. And you know, they're super in the tank for El Sayed, but I think with Platner it's like a whole new level. And it seems like the more they attack him, the more fervor they have for him. Aiden Trujillo with $5. Honestly, this is a nothing burger scandal. The tattoo was worse. His responses to scandals are horrible. We're all gooners should be his new slogan. I don't agree with you that it's a nothing burger. If it was one person he was having an affair with, okay. I mean, like, that's not great, but you know, it kind of happens and not necessarily the end of the world. And a lot of couples work through infidelity. He was sexting a dozen different women. While his wife was doing IVF treatments very shortly after he was married. That implies a level of judgment of, what's the word? That's very bad, impulsive judgment. That's impulsive behavior. And, you know, I think we should have very high standards for senators and for elected politicians. We should have higher standards for them. And it's obviously a problem. A big problem. A big problem. Chat Slop, did I get you for the primer? Thank you, buddy.
Now sexually explicit texts with other women despite being married. Does Graham Platner pose a headache for Democrats?
Well, let me go back to Texas for just a moment. Cornyn was a beloved candidate, beloved by Republicans in Washington and in Texas.
You're pearl clutching and it's pathetic. Oh my God. I'm not going to be gaslit by you fucks. You sexed a dozen women at the same time and people just get so uptight. Like, you're not going to fucking gaslight me, man. It's just not going to work on, I am a grown up, okay? I'm a fucking grown up, okay? It's not going to work on me. Jesus.
I'm not sure that candidate flaws matter as much as they used to. Millions of dollars were spent to save Cornyn. Didn't work. Paxton won by a landslide. But the bottom line is Platner.
True Striker with $5. Are we sure they're all grown women with the way these chatters have talked about Kick? No, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Some people have been confidently proclaiming that this, you know, it's eventually going to come out that he was like sexting with minors. I mean, I wouldn't make such a confident claim like that, but you know, it's a non-zero chance, I suppose. It's like, I don't know what the odds are. 25, 35% maybe. I have no idea. But, you know, we're going to see at some point his actual logs. You know, someone is going to leak their actual text message exchange with him. We're going to see, like, it's going to be like the Hunter Biden censored wiener pictures. They're just going to be all over Twitter. It's going to, and we're going to see it. It's just unavoidable. You know, it is, we are going to see them. And when we do, it's just, I'm not going to be one of these people. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that people are pearl clutching or this is just consenting adults, and what does this have to do with being a senator? And I'm just not going to do that. It's just so patronizing to people. I'd rather just be blunt and honest and be like, yeah, he seems like a piece of shit, and I think you should still vote for him.
He's a combat veteran, has served in multiple tours of duty, an oyster farmer.
Sexting in the age of social media just isn't seeing the same as physically cheating. It's not the same as physically cheating, I agree, but it's bad. It is bad. If I was caught sexting one person, let alone 12, I don't know if Esme would stick around for that. I don't know if she would stick around for that. My listening library YouTube with $5. I feel like the further left is locking in on Platner because the right is defending or ignoring Trump's scandals. The hypocrisy is enough at times. That's such a weak sauce counter argument. This is what Kyle Kulinski was doing on Twitter like all day yesterday. He was just like, he was basically doing like Trump is worse kind of logic. He was doing it for several hours on the timeline. And it's such a weak argument, like, oh yeah, well, Donald Trump like fucked kids with Epstein. It's like, okay, well, you could dismiss basically anything by appealing to that.
And I believe that sends a message to voters that he understands the working class, had to go to work every day. I think people are so worried about the future right now.
It is cheating. I mean, yes, it is cheating, but I would say it's not as bad as like physically cheating.
They're going to look at, do I feel like this candidate is going to fight for me and what I care about? If Maine believes that through all of the controversies we just saw with Paxton, Platner will win.
This is where people, I think, normal people watching this at home are so frustrated with the level of toxic partisanship, where you've got somebody who's, has to defend. You've got Democrats who are defending Graham Platner, who are calling him a good and decent man, and arguing that the guy with the Nazi tattoo, we really need him because he has to defeat Susan Collins, one of the most bipartisan members of Congress in the past couple decades, who voted to convict Donald Trump. But it's so important. We have to have Graham Platner.
Well, now he's patronizing because, like, I shouldn't have to explain the importance of having a Senate majority versus not having a Senate majority. So if you're in Maine and you get to the general and you get your ballot and it's Platner versus Collins, I would hope that the person who's filling out that ballot, like, don't even look at it like you're voting for Platner. What you're voting for is to give every other Democratic senator the ability to actually do things, to lead the various subcommittees, to initiate an impeachment trial, to investigate the administration, to conduct actual oversight. A vote for Platner is a vote to empower the Democratic Party to use those tools to very, very much stifle the current administration and bog them down in investigations and, actually do oversight. It's not just about Maine. Yeah, it's about a much, much bigger picture. Yes.
We have to have somebody who savaged military veterans, said that a military veteran who was being shot at deserved to die, who's blamed rape victims for their own assaults. And you've now got a Democratic Party rallying around somebody like that?
Paxton is not your model candidate. I mean, let's don't fool ourselves. We could go throughout Washington, D.C. right now and find people from the administration, from the Oval Office on down, who are not model people. But I think the suffering of the American people has reached a level where they're willing to go with the person who they think hears them and sees them.
You don't have to see
Can I put a button on this, though? I do think this conversation is a microcosm of what we're going to see going into the fall, where you have Democrats and Republicans who would both be able to say, what about the other guy, which has become one of our most popular tropes in political discussion. Also, we'll see what happens in November, but I also think this is more evidence to the degree which Donald Trump has kind of blown the curb when it comes to scandal, right? The kind of things that used to be disqualifying for candidates are now two-day stories.
Is that the moment that we're in, Leanne, where scandals, as the Congresswoman is saying, no longer carry the same weight?
Absolutely.
I mean, that is just clearly what's happening right now, which is a sign to me, I think, of a degradation. It's not a good sign. Yeah, it's a bad sign when these kinds of issues are not deal breakers in the way that they used to. They used to be. It's a sign that the country standards are collapsing a bit, and I think you can draw a straight line from Trump to that, you know, because if people saw Donald Trump elected after the several dozen damning stories about him, then I think it makes sense for that kind of candidate to emerge in the Democratic Party, and for it not to be like, for these things not to be deal breakers. Dazvidani with $2 off topic. You should look into Uncap the House. I have a little bit. I have not enough, but I have. Jay with $2. This may be the best case for refusing to endorse the cheating. No, I don't know, but I think the Nazi tattoo is worse. Aiden Trujillo with $5. I changed my mind. Whatever Kyle Kalinske is saying about this, I think the opposite. Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You have a caller. Let's do it for fun. Okay. All right. Well, we got to be careful because there's infiltrators. Hello, Sunky Street. Hello.
I mean, you were close, Sunky. It's all right. What's going on, Dutch?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Nothing much. So I saw you talking about Platner. I know that the discussion is around how important this, Maine is when it comes down to, this race and everything around those lines. Platner, I think, is Platner or El Sayed, I think personally will be part of like the death toll of this party, in my opinion. I think that if you're willing to basically give up all your morals and everything around those lines for political power, I mean, like, what is even the point of having the Democratic Party? I mean, at this point, it makes no sense, at least to me.
It feels like Syed's catching strays here, because I don't love him as a candidate, but he's not nearly as problematic as Platner. I wouldn't put them in the same category.
I only put them in the same category because they both have the same sort of like BS talking points that I continuously hear. I haven't heard one plan from Platner. I haven't really heard anything from El Sayed. Both of them have been, caught in their lies. Both of them have, basically done nothing to really show why they would be such a great candidate, especially when you look at McMorrow, who is basically like, I have all of this reputation, I have all of this experience, I understand, what's kind of going on. Like, El Sayed deserves to catch these strays. I hate to say it, but like, he isn't doing anything. But really, I'd rather focus on Platner because I think this is like, we need to be honest, and I hate that the news is not being honest at all.
So are you saying if you lived in Maine, you would not vote for Platner if he was in the general versus Collins?
I used to live in Maine. I literally don't know what he's going to do different. I'm going to answer your question. I'm not going to go on. As a Dem, I think that it's our responsibility, of course, to vote for Platner, and I hate saying it because, I'm a Jewish fucking Democrat. Sorry.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Boy, boy. That's tough.
You understand when...
Oh, boy. Listen, I'm not going to lecture you.
It's okay.
That's tough, yeah.
It's a really rough spot that us Democrats are kind of in, especially with Platner. I would really prefer if the actual party would have picked a better candidate than Mills, of course, but like, here we are. I just want people to be honest and be like, listen, you guys want to beat Trump, this is what we got. Like, it's vote for this or that's it. Like, because people who are watching like CNBC or CNN or anything around those lines, I mean, they're probably gonna vote for the Democrat, is my guess, right? So why are we bullshitting around? We should be like, listen, this is what this is. Instead of saying, oh, well, he got it covered up before he got in the race. Oh, so he, sexted 12 women on an app that was made for middle schoolers. Yeah, so, he said some racist, misogynistic, so on, so on, so on, so on.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. When you frame it that way, of course it sounds bad.
I mean, yeah, no, you're right. I'm trying to figure out a better way to frame that if I find, I guess. But like the guy that came before, I think he was like, oh, I really miss the Obama, kind of age, or when Biden was in office for a little bit and everything around those lines. And I don't believe that these people, sloppulous or accelerationists or people who are basically trying to destroy the Democratic Party are really going to bring that back. And I really don't think Platner is going to do anything except put more wind in the sails of the DSA and accelerationists and say, hey, look, we got our guys in the Senate. We got our guy in the Senate. That's why they're backing him up so much, which is a worry for me,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it should be a worry for Democrats as well. I mean, I know we want, a Senate majority, but like, I really feel that this is what is it called? Have you heard the story of the scorpion and the frog?
Well,
yeah,
it's a sign of degradation, but I think that there's a potential path towards a better outcome. I think that the right now that the Democrats have a pretty unique opportunity that don't come around very often, but it's there. And I think that they can do a lot of good stuff if we get another trifecta in 2028, and they'll have the backing of the public to do it. And so, I would still caution people to hold out some hope that we can start to turn things around. Like, Donald Trump is a pretty unique character, and I don't think that the Republicans are going to have an easy time recapturing his kind of lightning in a bottle. And I think they're going to struggle a lot in the short term with redefining themselves and gaining the trust of voters back. And while that's happening, the Democrats are going to have a lot of capital to spend. And so if there's a couple problematic candidates in the Senate, it's like not great, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like the end of the party. Certainly not. I guess I'm not as fatalistic as you. We have a lot of really good candidates too. I mean, like, I think Tallarico is like a generationally good candidate. And so that's happening at the same time as Platner. And so it's not all bad, right? So,
I mean, I think Tallarico's great. I think that, I think that it's more of just putting wind in the sails of these, accelerationists and anything around those lines. That's what I'm more worried about more than anything. I know that Platner
don't worry about that.
Be a better man.
Listen, don't worry about that. They'll get in their own way. There's literally zero risk of them taking over the party because they're so fucking incompetent and have zero concept of coalitions. And so I wouldn't worry too much about that. They'll fall flat on their face at some point, like they always do. So
I hope you're right, my man. I'll keep doubling that dose of Zoloft. I'm about to poison myself at this point, so we're doing good.
Take your Zoloft and vote for the populace.
Yeah. All right, my guy.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one.
It is what it is, guys. It is. Hey, listen, at least we can say that things are funny. It is just objectively funny. Is it funny? Kind of. A little bit. Like, I feel like we're living like living in the Succession universe, like the actual Succession universe, with just how fucking absurd things are. I'm not saying Platner's behavior is funny. I'm saying the reaction to it is so absurd that it is kind of funny. Maine primary hasn't actually happened yet, so the Maine primary is in 1 week. But even then, like, what would happen? Okay. What would happen in a Maine Senate race if the candidate for the Democratic Party drops out before the general? I'm just trying to hold out a little bit of hope here, guys. Because if Joe Biden can fucking drop out and be replaced with giving Kamala fucking 3 months to campaign, surely he could drop out at some point, right? How would the nominee be selected? It's not too late. It's not too late, guys. He could still be replaced, right? The Republican would just win? Wait, what? What do you mean? You couldn't just replace the candidate? This is an era without precedent, truly. It is, yeah. Dazvidani with $5. Look up the description for the spell Fate of Bajuna from Warhammer Fantasy. That's where we're at right now. You fucking nerd. All right. What is it? The Fate of Bajuna? Spell? Warhammer? The Fate of Bajuna is a high-level direct damage spell in Warhammer Fantasy tied to the lore of death that inflicts massive wounds and can cause a target to suffer from stupidity for the rest of the game. Okay, I see where you're going with that one. Bezin with the tier 1 membership, Private Totenkampf calling his private my Führer. So that was fake, just so you guys understand. And I'm judging you a little bit if you saw that fake tweet and thought it was real. I am judging you a little bit. That was obviously fake. There was a fake text exchange that was going around that was not labeled as parody, and it was a parody of Platner calling his dick Mein Führer. Well, that wasn't it. In lore, it causes people to die from laughter. Gotcha. Glass House Hutch. I feel like I don't get Facebooked too often. Compared with the median person? No way. It happens sometimes. Sometimes, but it's not like the median voter. Okay.
I was talking to some Platner supporters who said exactly that. Well, what about
Twitter screen time? My Twitter screen time, I think, is down. Actually, you know what, though? Last night it was pretty high. I'm not going to lie. Screen time. X. Ooh, yesterday was a lot. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Yesterday was almost 6 hours. Oh my God. It was bad yesterday. Yesterday I just got caught in a... This doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I'll click on Twitter videos and then I'll just let it go. And then you're just staring at your fucking phone watching Twitter videos, and like one of them is like a real life death video of like a Chinese person jumping to their death from like a 50-story building. And then the next one is like body cam footage of a cop showing up to, you know, break up a domestic violence thing. And then I keep getting served videos of this one guy who plays a lot of street ball. Bro, he's everywhere on Twitter. You guys know who I'm talking about? His whole thing is like posting videos of him playing street ball, and the people that he's playing street ball with are like fouling him a bunch and being little pricks, and then he fucking like stuns on them. You guys know who I'm talking about? There's a guy, his whole thing is just like he plays street basketball. He goes to like the favelas in fucking Brazil. Is it MK? Is that his name? For some reason, I just watched the whole videos the whole way through. Fuck. Okay, so, sorry, I'm trying to set up podcast stuff tonight. Bad Company with $20. This is why I laugh at people discounting Ken Martin's wins, saying he only wins because Trump is bad. Platner and Galindo would not even be thought about if Trump wasn't this bad. They benefit just as much from Trump. True. True. I didn't think about that, but yeah, true. Thank you for the $20, buddy.
About Donald Trump, his voters look the other way. Why can't we look the other way? So there is this standard out there that it doesn't exist anymore for the bases. But what matters is the voters in the middle, the ones.
I did see this. Who linked this? Crazy breakthroughs are happening right now with pancreatic cancer, you guys. Like actually truly insane breakthroughs here.
The primary endpoint of the Resolute 302 study, evaluating overall survival in the RAS G12 population, demonstrated a statistically significant improvement in overall survival.
Huge deal, you guys. Huge deal. Where the pancreas is located in your body makes it really difficult to detect cancer early on. And so what ends up happening is when someone gets a pancreatic cancer diagnosis, usually they're already stage 3 or stage 4, and the cancer has already spread to their liver, their kidneys. So the mortality rate for pancreatic cancer is pretty bad. It's like usually if you get a pancreatic cancer diagnosis, usually you have 6 months to live when you get the diagnosis. And they've come out with a fucking vaccine to treat pancreatic cancer, and it's been wildly successful. I can't even see what the text says there. Chemotherapy. Oh, I see. So compared with chemotherapy, it looks like it's more than 3 times as effective as chemo for pancreatic cancer. It's one of, if not the worst cancer diagnosis you can get. And so the applause in that room, it reflects just how horribly difficult pancreatic cancer is to treat. Yeah, it's a really big deal. They're still kind of in the early stages as far as I understand. The testing that they've done with groups have been like very small groups, like a dozen people. But even among a dozen people, when the median prognosis, or is that what you say? The median, like, is a prognosis like you're gonna die in 6 months? Is like 6 months more, like 6 months. For 12 people, it was like 6 out of the 12. Their bodies responded to the vaccine and they were all still alive like 2 or 3 years later. So it's kind of a big deal. Yeah. Pancreatic microchips in the vaccine. Oh no.
The swing voters, the independent voters who are going to decide many of these elections.
If I can just say real quickly, that's true of people in Washington and people who are wearing red jerseys or blue jerseys. I didn't say that. I said Ken Paxton is a walking scandal. I think it's a problem for a lot of Republicans. It's those people, those Republicans and normal Democrats across the country who look at the debate in Washington and say, what is this? Why do you have to defend Ken Paxton? Why do you have to defend Graham Platner?
Well, great conversation.
You don't, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to defend Graham Platner. I'm not. I think it's insulting. You know, you're insulting people's intelligence when you say stupid shit like that chatter 5 minutes ago that said people were pearl clutching. It's just so insulting. Just be honest about it. Just fucking be honest about it. Just say, yes, it's bad. I'm still going to vote for Platner. I'm still going to support Platner. Don't minimize what's happening, and certainly don't victimize Platner. It's fucking nauseating. ENG with 93 months. My goodness, buddy. Thank you so much for the primer. ENG, do you even watch the streams, or do you just come in here to give me the primer? Do you lurk in the shadows? 93 months. You lurk? You kirk. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you, buddy. Minimizing is how Nazis get you. Platner, it's always the one you most suspect. Yeah. Who could have known that the guy with about 25 different red flags could be possibly sexting a dozen women at the same time? Who could have predicted this?
Guys, stick around. Exactly. We're going to keep.
They talked about this on ABC. Cory Booker was asked about Platner.
I'm sacrificed and so cheat and create an outcome that preserves power for people that might even be in the minority but still hold the House. All of this is an assault on what our ancestors fought for. As I said, when I went down to Birmingham.
Your story about your sister was 1-to-1 what happened with my ML. Your mother-in-law? Is that what you mean? Really sad and dark time of my partners in my life. I watched her pass. It was an unreal experience, but I was happy to be there. Sorry for your loss, buddy. I think you mean your mother-in-law. It's tough. Really tough. Really tough. Really tough. Abaddon, thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate that, pal. I doubt he meant Marxist-Leninist, though I guess anything is possible these days. Mother-in-law, she had pancreatic. Gotcha. Yeah, it's tough. That's a really tough diagnosis. Because your first instinct, when you hear that a loved one got a cancer diagnosis, your first instinct is to go into like solution. You're like, okay, what's the treatment? What's the game plan? Da-da-da. And then you go to Google and it's like, you know, like, okay, I guess we're fucked. Abaddon, I just said thank you, right? Thank you so much for the 3 months. I do more than lurk in here. That's a little ominous. I don't know what that means.
And Montgomery, this is our ancestors looking down and asking us, what will we do in a moral moment in our country, like so many of them sacrificed and bled for?
One of the marquee Senate races, of course, is in Maine, where the Democratic presumptive nominee, is Graham Platner. Been a lot of allegations against Graham Platner, including the very latest, a controversy that the Wall Street Journal's reported on, alleging that Platner's wife, Amy, flagged sexually explicit texts between Platner and half dozen other women to the campaign during the vetting period. And in a video posted on X, his wife, Amy, said they love each other deeply.
Yeah, that's true. I was also afraid of her partly, like I didn't want to believe it was happening until the end was near. Never cried so hard in my life. Yeah, man, that's fucking brutal. Really brutal. It's good that you were there. It's good that you were there at the end, you know. Ivinus, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate it. That's how I was when I found out my brother had glioblastoma. It went so quick. And a lot of people impacted by these kinds of things, huh? Grandma died of pancreatic cancer, but she was over 90 years at that point. Well, I'm glad that she got to live a full life, yeah. Tiff's diagnosis was, she was 39. Which is fucking just 38, I think, when she had the diagnosis. Knife Mall with $5. As a Jewish Mainer who voted Collins twice in the past, I'm unabashedly supporting Platner. Collins' vote to confirm RFK Jr. was a bridge too far. Well, listen, I appreciate that. That's like a tough situation. That's a tough situation.
They have a great marriage and they've been getting counseling. But let me ask you, do you have concerns with the weight of all these controversies that it may jeopardize Democratic hopes to get that Senate seat in Maine?
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for. But when I go all over New Jersey and see hundreds and hundreds of thousands of New Jerseyans losing their health care and millions more seeing their health care costs go up, as I have families who say I can't afford gas for my car and childcare for my children, I know that so much is riding on Democrats taking control of this Senate, that this election If we do not get the votes necessary to take care of the House and the Senate, we will continue to have an out-of-control president. And I'm going to tell you right now, as he is a lame duck president, he's becoming more and more dangerous. Just look overseas at the war we're in, the lives being lost, the billions being spent, and now he is shamefully trying to crawl back and try to get us back to where we were before the war even started. This man is dangerous, and it's time that we take back the Senate, and that's what I'm focused on.
I think that's a grown-up answer. You don't minimize or avoid the problems, and then you lay out the stakes. I think that's a grown-up answer right there.
All right, Cory Booker of New Jersey, thank you for joining us.
And that was not the last of it. They also spoke about it more. Wait, did they speak about it more?
Where people are unhappy about.
Right here.
But the issue in Maine, just like in Texas, is they have an unvetted candidate. And it turns out the guy with the Nazi tattoo turns out to be a pretty bad guy in Maine, which is to the benefit
that was skull
of
and crossbones, not a Nazi tattoo.
Oh.
This is the gaslighting that I'm talking about. This is the gaslighting that I'm talking about. I don't know who this is going to work on. You know what I mean? Like, who is this meant to work on?
Okay, we can quibble about whether or not how Nazi the Nazi
He did have the
was.
tattoo removed, so whatever. I mean,
but
we can quibble about how Nazi the Nazi tattoo was.
Yeah.
But this is emblematic of his problems, and Maine voters will have a say about it. But Maine and Alaska are these outlying states, very different than the rest of the map, based off of media market.
Did Kyle Kalinske put up a video about the Platner situation yet? I'm assuming so, right? He had to have, right? Wait, did he not? Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. Did the Majority Report people put up a video about this yet? What are the actual populace saying? I don't know if they work on the weekends, so maybe not. No, not seeing it. Did they talk about it on the stream today? Maybe they're live right now. Did Hassan Piker put up a video about this yet? Hassanabi? No, nobody is covering the story for some reason. Interesting. Very interesting. Very fucking interesting. Well, I mean, listen, a lot of these people, they don't work on the weekends. So that kind of makes sense. Okay, for the JSTLK stuff, guys, I don't fully understand what is happening, but there was a point where JSTLK says that he's no longer going to cover Destiny drama. And Dan is claiming to have like dirt on JSTLK, I think. Let me see if I can find the timestamp. I think it's here. Or thereabouts. Do we know who this person is? Who's this person? Hutch, I understand the concerns about Platner, but I think Jessica's stance would be more valuable. Okay. What did she say? There are Democrats who have concerns about Platner, but the idea that we'll be lectured by folks that support Donald Trump and want Texans to choose Paxton is ludicrous. The man's wife left him on biblical grounds. Mainers who know who Platner is and chose Mainers know who Platner is and chose him anyways. They want to win that seat and think Platner is best suited to do it. Well, I certainly agree with this. Like, the MAGA is not invited to the discussion about Platner. I simply do not care what any MAGA person has to say about Graham Platner. I agree there. They're not invited to the barbecue. Their input is completely valueless. I do not care what a single one of them has to say.
There are Democrats who have concerns, and some of them are speaking out about it. This was the first weekend that I feel like Democrats were really pushed on the Sunday shows. Dana Bash was doing that as well with Andy Kim from New Jersey, who wanted to talk about what's going on at Delaney Hall, and she kept bringing it back to this. Listen, Graham Platner's wife is not a professional political spouse, and Graham Platner is not a professional politician himself, and you're seeing that come to light. Chuck Schumer wanted Janet Mills to win. He got her to jump into this race because someone like a Jared Golden didn't want to get in, and that didn't work. Mainers have consistently said, we know who Graham Platner is, and this is what our choice is at this point. And I think that Democrats are feeling a little bit like we're not going to be lectured at this point from certainly Republicans that support Donald Trump or telling us in Texas that Ken Paxton is a better choice than James Tallarico. In a few weeks, we're going to see Ken Paxton's public divorce trial. He's being divorced on biblical grounds. And they want us to get hot and bothered about Graham Platner's
We'll see what happens in Texas, but Maine is a different issue.
Well,
right
it is
now
a
for
different
Platner to
issue.
go and answer.
No, but you're still asking
I
people.
have never heard Cory Booker say, I've got concerns about a
But that to me is more honestly about the Totenkopf, about the tattoo, than it is about those text messages.
I shouldn't be laughing. It's not funny. It's just that's an amazing sentence that she just said.
I've got concerns about a
But that to me is more honestly about the Totenkopf, about the tattoo, than it is about those text messages.
Which is
No, we're not talking about the serial infidelity. I think that's more about the Nazi tattoo. It's like, that's just a sign of the times that we're in right now. Not a great indication of like where we're at. So they mentioned Andy Kim. I must have missed this clip. I guess Dana Bash interviewed him yesterday.
Ask you about the Senate race in Maine. And the Wall Street Journal and New York Times reporting that last August, Democrat Graham Platner's wife told his campaign about sexual text messages she had found between her husband and other women early in their marriage.
Man, just when you think this Platner guy couldn't
I don't need the
get any worse, more information starts coming out on him. And now
the time
like the Democrats are getting a little nervous about this Maine Senate seat after all. Check out this guy. His excuses are terrible.
They were married in 2023. The Times says Platner exchanged messages with as many as a dozen women, and his campaign said no, it was up to 6. In a statement, Platner's wife said she feels betrayed by the ex-campaign aide who revealed the information, and that the couple went to counseling.
Well, according to that campaign aide, Wall Street Journal contacted her when they already had multiple people on the multiple sources. So according to Genevieve McDonald, I think her name is, Wall Street Journal already had this story, and it didn't come from her.
Do you have concerns about Graham Platner?
Well, first I'll say is, I've been very much focused on the crisis in my home state, so I haven't been able to focus as much on this.
In other words, I've been too busy, just haven't noticed.
So I haven't been able to focus as much on this. But right now, this information's out there with any campaign in the country. The character and the transparency about the different candidates is going to come out. That's part of a campaign. And the voters will decide what it is that they ultimately think in terms of their ability to trust those candidates.
What do you think?
Oh!
What do you think?
Well, look, right now, for me, I have not met him. I've never talked to him yet.
Oh!
Okay, the editing is a little much. boy. One second. Okay, hold on.
Maine's prospective Democratic Senate nominee, Graham Platner, is grappling with a new controversy, and it emerged just a little more than a week ahead of the state's primary election. Platner's wife, Amy Gertner, told his campaign last year about sexually explicit messages he sent to other women. Platner has pushed back
Oh, God, he's a Democrat? I didn't even know that. Yeah, buddy.
on certain aspects of the reporting on these messages, but a campaign official tells CBS News he is not denying their existence. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is following all of this for us. Caitlin, tell us more about these allegations and what this means for Platner's campaign.
Hey, Adriana, good morning. Good to see you. Well, this is one of the biggest Senate races in the country. Democrats had been looking to Platner to oust longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins in Maine. This is one of the biggest matchups to watch. We're just a week ahead of the primary that Platner is poised to win the Democratic primary for the nomination. He had been running against the incumbent Democratic governor, Janet Mills, who suspended her campaign in April.
Okay, I think we're getting a repeat there. If you guys see any videos pop up on your timeline, let me know. I don't know if they're gonna just I don't know if they're just gonna avoid making videos. I mean, like the sloppy list. I don't know if they're gonna avoid making videos, or if they're gonna make videos and like double down and triple down and like super defend him, or what it is. But we're gonna move into a little bit of drama here. I also want to watch the Dave Rubin Jubilee video because he is a fucking actual moron, and I have no idea why he would ever agree to go on Jubilee. Okay. This is Dan Saltman, I think, challenging JSTLK to a debate.
He's getting fucking shit on from everywhere right
by the
now
way,
because
quick pause. A ship it and clip it. I am happy to debate with you, JSTLK, today or tomorrow at your pleasure. I will not, even though this person was in the game, not a citizen, I will debate with you. Today, I will say everything you did, but I won't say their name as a token of good spirit, which should get past any of your moral obligations. And we can talk all about how we'll call them Sloppy Seconds as a nickname. We'll talk about how Sloppy Seconds arrived in Canada unannounced, and then instead of you taking Sloppy Seconds to the hospital.
We need to have a conversation about how we talk about women in this space. We need to have a conversation about this. Jesus Christ.
Because they're obviously unwell, you decided to have sex with Sloppy Seconds, whore them out on your stream, and then eventually when you sent them packing, have them committed. But I won't say their name. So there goes all your excuses. Let's get that debate.
Am I right? I don't know any of the backstory about that. That person has reached out to me privately. I think, well, I guess I shouldn't reveal anything, but like, I really have no knowledge of that person's history in the Destiny sphere or with JSTLK.
Me and you, boom, today, Sunday.
All right, so Dan challenges JSTLK to a debate, and then shortly after, JSTLK decides he's no longer going to cover Destiny drama or any drama. He was kind enough to put the timestamp actually in the, it actually makes it so much easier because he's got his timestamp up here.
Signed doxing and swatting him and his family.
Yeah, listen, man, I'm just really happy that I don't have to be neutral about being.
Wait, is that Connor? Am I hearing Connor's voice?
Obviously. I mean, this.
I think I'd probably just pull.
That's all you.
Gonna keep. Are you gonna read the card?
It's temperance. Yeah, because it's different, and I was like, even it bothering her.
Why should she have to? Not?
All right.
Wait.
Have fun being mean on the internet, kids.
Will do.
Wait.
Well, I know.
Hang on.
He's literally not going to release anything that I'm worried about. There is nothing there to release that I'm worried about.
Talented man, good catch. Thank you. Honey, come show him your belly.
Isn't this the guy who called Dan? Or are you talking about JSTLK, or are you talking about Connor here? Oh God, sorry. I'm so sorry. There's
Come show me your
chaos.
tummy.
Chaos on the screen. That's better. Cleaner. Sorry.
Should I make a daiquiri?
Who is this person, guys? Oh, this is Lav? This is the famous Lav? I've heard so much about them.
You on that live stream there?
Yeah.
You on that live stream there?
Uh-huh.
Jesus.
It's gonna be... Yeah. Weight transfer. Exactly. Exactly.
Wait, when does Connor join?
Be a lot of, there's gonna make it the noble choice, but I don't think that it will play well for anyone, even the victim. I think that there's a way that you can have that conversation without, like... I think that there's
I think so too. I think so too. But unfortunately.
Yeah, just
Is this Hutch's first exposure to the Mr. Girl universe? I have never... That is one era of content that I have zero familiarity with. I don't know fucking jack shit about Mr. Girl. I don't know jack shit about Lav. I really don't know much about JSTLK. Strophium with $5. I made a meme about the JSTLK drama. Enjoy or don't. Did you link it? I don't see any links for it. Bless you. It's best for you, Hutch. I know nothing about any of these people. Exit the video while you're still pure.
Goon said just admit whatever he's...
I didn't realize that Connor jumped on to have a conversation with JSTLK. I just can't figure out at what point he jumped on.
Gonna release and then crash out.
I really question if we should be doing this because JSTLK's been trying to bait me. I reacted to his content for 2 to 3 days. And then he just started fucking talking about me every fucking day. On his streams. 4 days ago, big trouble at the DNC. Should Ken Martin step down? There's a big old picture of me on the thumbnail. Hutch exposes himself for trying to cover for Destiny. He has Destiny on the thumbnail for that one.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But I think having a broader conversation.
He's literally not going to release anything that I'm worried about. There is nothing there to release that I'm worried about, right? That's the whole thing is I have actual like criticisms for him. He doesn't have any actual criticisms for me.
So what do you think is...
Well, I don't know, but I know that anything, like, he obviously doesn't have concern for anyone else, right? So then why no debate? Because it is giving a platform to people who are trying to harass one of Destiny's victims that I don't want to be harassed.
Riddell with $5. Didn't Connor say he was going to be a snarker? He wasn't going to be a snarker and not farm this content for drama. Then why does he keep talking about it with more and more people? I have no special insight into Connor's brain. I still maintain that he should just take a break, like 1 or 2 weeks. Doesn't need to be a month, you know, even just a couple weeks. Dazvidani with $2. That's former The Young Turks political commentator Dave Rubin. True.
That's basically...
Did you guys know that about Dave Rubin? His origin story is that he began at The Young Turks.
Like so there's one of two things I could do here, right?
And then lost a debate pretty handily to Larry Elder, who is this conservative figure, tried to unseat Gavin Newsom in a recall election a couple years ago. Lost a debate to Larry Elder live in front of an audience, and then started questioning like everything, I guess. Samies with 47 months. Thank you.
I could go and like argue with him about it, but instead, I think I'd probably just pull back from the space. You have to chimp out? We'll see. I had a little surprise for Dan in that conversation. But we'll see. Depending on what he does, maybe I'll throw that out or leak it to somebody.
Hi. Can you guys just fucking do it?
I
You're
can't.
blue-balling
I know.
everyone.
Listen, I understand that your primary.
I was gonna own him so hard. Because I got a little thing I could have talked about, but then now we're not going to talk. So I don't know if I'm going to own him so hard. But believe me, I was going to own him so hard.
Motivation is clout, not clout. Sorry, content, content, not clout, content. I meant content.
What do you even mean content? I don't even stream anymore. My primary motivation is that I'm a nosy.
Want content to happen, and I understand that.
No. I understand. Well, I understand what's happening behind the scenes as well, and I understand what everything that's. I understand, but I also think that from like
I was gonna own you so bad, bro. I'm gonna fucking own you so bad.
Actual like no content perspective, I think that it will look bad for you either way, and you are taking the way that looks worse because because you care about someone, but also
nothing he can do or say without me there makes me look bad.
Without me there? Hutch, did you see that Dave Rubin alleged last week that Hassan harassed women at TYT so much that he was forced to work from home, including Anna Kasparian? I did, but I also saw Anna deny that, and as much as I dislike Hassan, I don't find Dave Rubin to be all that credible, so absent more evidence, I would be skeptical of that. Owlishness with $5. Hassan also started at the Young Turks. The owner is his uncle and supports far-right organizations and think tanks. Very weird. Well, I knew obviously that he worked for the Young Turks. Strophium with $5. My bad. I guess links aren't behaving. If you search Strophium Cherryman on SoundCloud, I don't want to listen. I don't. If it's something that's like making fun of Cherry, I don't really want to like platform that stuff. I feel some sympathy for her.
I completely disagree.
I admit, setting up the debate and then leaving, that looks bad, but that's okay. I totally agree on that.
Well,
so he had a debate set up with Dan, and then he literally ran. Is that what happened?
Well, if you're not, yeah, I don't know. I think that.
Dan had me in that debate. If he wanted to talk earlier, we would have been able to talk. We could have like hammered it out, but unlucky.
You've
been popping. Well, I know. Oh, if only you guys were aware.
It's worse, he challenged Dan and then backed out. Is this true? That doesn't look great.
I've been excited. But it is what it is, man. Why are you backing out? Because I basically...
For no good reason, but...
Well, no, it's like this. It's like I literally can't...
Stephen Bennell just tipped $3. Look, Dan is gonna say you gave a girl radiation poisoning or whatever. Who cares? He's a ball holder. They don't have motion RN. Punk him. Who cares?
It's not about motion.
I got this new perfume.
I can take one of two like strategies here, okay? I can take one of two strategies. And I wanted to do the debate and point this stuff in a debate and make Dan look silly or a conversation, blood sports, whatever it was, right?
This is silly. This is silliness. The tough guy routine doesn't work after you back out of a
hypothetically, my
debate.
good friend Dave Rubin didn't lose that debate. He was attacked by the radical left and was drugged or something like that. Anyway, his gay marriage is affront to God and worse than bestiality. Glad to have him on my team.
But I've got to take like a different tack here, okay? I got to take a different tack. And I think I'm probably just not going to cover any of this stuff now that doesn't involve me directly. Like, I'm probably just going to...
Oh my God!
The leak JSTLK had was Dan supposedly cheating on his wife on a trip, but it was actually just them making the whole thing up. Well, that would be in character for them.
What?
What do you mean?
You look very guilty right now.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
I look very guilty. Why do I look very guilty?
I can't imagine if you were. I don't want to say too much on live stream, but this is not the right choice, I don't think. I really don't think you're making the right choice. Not even from a context perspective. Like, I don't think that this is going to play well for you, but I guess you'll learn. You live and you learn.
What do you mean this isn't going to play well for me?
We just turned.
Who turded?
No. I was asked not to entertain this anymore. I was asked, like, hey, please don't entertain this anymore. But not even that.
But I think that you could even do that and be like, yeah, she asked me to not entertain this anymore because everything you're saying is fucking stupid. And then you win. And then he doesn't talk about it anymore. What else does he have? What else is, like, that's all you need to say, and then you keep going about what he said. Yeah, okay, but that's... So then you can keep having
you understand
the conversation.
Well, what do you think his goal in the conversation is to do?
To drop.
I know what it is.
He thinks that he has a bomb. He thinks he has a bomb.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. If Dan has a bomb, Dan drops the bomb. Dan doesn't.
I mean, he's very clearly been holding fire for strategic purposes, just very outwardly so.
Have shit. Dan is about to serve up another nothing burger.
All Dan wants to do. The streamer known as Goon would like to tell you something.
All Dan wants to do is scream about one of Destiny's victims over and over again to try to hurt me. Unfortunately for him, I'm not like a very emotional person. It actually doesn't affect me or hurt me. It just hurts them. And so all I'm doing is taking advantage of me not really being bothered by it to go and fuck with Dan because he's a fucking loser who doesn't care about his family.
5D chess. Fucking checkmate, Dan.
But he's actually hurting somebody else.
I'm
not going to give him the ability to do that.
We interrupt this drama real quick just to watch. Apparently, this is some unbelievable cope on the timeline.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about Graham Platner. Now, let's get one thing straight. I don't live in Maine. I don't actually have a say here. My opinion super doesn't matter. He seems like a flawed person who's been through some shit and come out the other side. I don't think he's a Nazi, for what it's worth. I think he was a drunk Marine in Croatia, and when you walk into a tattoo parlor there in the time period he was there, basically anything you picked off the wall would have been problematic. And no, I don't love everything he's ever posted on Reddit, but I think people are allowed to grow and change. And Mainers seem to have accepted that he has changed. There is a reason he was soaring ahead in the primary polls. He's out there answering questions and defending himself every day. They are not making this choice blindly. But most importantly, he is going to be the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate against Susan Collins. So whether you like him or not, he is who we have to support.
Now, I did look this up. The statute, when I looked into like, would it be possible to replace Platner after he wins a primary? They reference some statute. Is this a federal statute or a Maine statute? Maine's general election vacancy statute. The problem is that 374A, by its own plain text, doesn't apply to U.S. Senate. The statute says a political committee may make a replacement nomination only if a person nominated for an office other than United States Senator, Representative to Congress, or Governor withdraws. So the very provision being cited in these articles carves out the exact office in question. Okay, so there's a real tension. The reporting describes a clean party replacement path, but the statute, it's paraphrasing, expressly excludes Senate candidates from that path. I'd treat Democrats could just swap in a replacement claim as the weak version until someone points to the specific authority that overrides the carve-out. So what happens? For a nominee that withdraws after the primary but before the general, this is the scenario you're asking about, and it's the one with the federal office exclusion. For state legislative or county offices, the party replacement mechanism will be the July deadlines. With the July deadlines works as the news describes. For U.S. Senate, the statute's text doesn't grant that mechanism. For the Platner's case specifically, the practical reality probably matters more than the procedure anyways. Much of the Democratic establishment consolidated behind him. So, am I reading this correctly? That there is no way to replace him? Where's Das Vidania? If he decided to drop out in 2 months after he secures the primary win, is he locked onto the ballot? That seems kind of crazy. Was there a scandal older than the Reddit posts and the tattoo? I don't think so. I think those were the first scandals. I don't know Maine's rules. Okay, well, Claude seems to think that it might be difficult to replace him were he to drop out after winning the primary in the state of Maine.
And if you don't like that, if you do not like that outcome, the person to be mad at is not him, it's the fucking Democratic Party and Chuck Schumer. Because the fact that the only person they could find to run against him or run in this race at all was Janet Mills, someone who didn't want to be a senator, who wanted to be retired from governor. This was not a serious, option. I feel about this the same way I feel about, the centrists who were, freaking out about Mamdani in the New York primary. If you really took him seriously, you would have found someone besides fucking Andrew Cuomo to get behind. Is Graham Platner a perfect person? No, but he is better than Susan Collins. We gotta help him win. And we have to, as a party, think a little bit longer term about building a deep bench of exciting, interesting talent who are vetted, who are good communicators and value-driven leaders who can show up, reflect their communities, and can run for higher office a few years down the road.
I just, for me, and for people like me, you're not helping him win by offloading the responsibility for his bad stories to Chuck Schumer and Janet Mills. I do think that Schumer and the DSCC made a mistake here in Maine. And so I am frustrated with them, but the bulk of the anger and frustration I feel right now is with Platner and the people who have been steadfastly defending this guy and insisting that he was the only real option. They get the vast majority of my frustration. Keaton with $2. Hassan got banned from the UK. So I don't think that's true, for the record. I don't think you need a visa to go to the UK unless you're staying there for more than 6 months, I think. I don't know a lot about that story just yet, which is why I haven't commented on it. I've just seen the headlines. I haven't looked into it further. That lawyer dude, thank you so much for 10 months. Did you see Destiny left his viewers to you in his will if he gets murked? I did see that, yeah. Go read Destiny's tweet. He explains it. Well, listen, I got Claude here, okay? Yes, it's real, and it happened today, June 1st. I don't even think that's true. I think it happened yesterday, didn't it? What actually happened? The Home Office confirmed it canceled the electronic travel authorization of both Piker and his uncle Cenk on the grounds that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. They were both scheduled to appear at SXSW in London on June 4th, and Piker was reportedly also set to meet figures including Zach Polanski and Jeremy Corbyn. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood made the decision, and Labour MP David Taylor had publicly called for Piker to be banned the week before. Now, the distinction you're asking about, an ETA is not a visa in the traditional sense. It's the UK's relatively new pre-travel screening system, analogous to the American ESTA, that applies to visitors from countries whose citizens don't normally need a visa for short stays. Americans fall into that visa-exempt category. So a U.S. citizen traveling to the UK for something like a festival appearance wouldn't apply for a visa at all. They'd get an ETA, which is a lightweight online authorization tied to your passport, valid for multiple short visits over a couple of years. So when Piker says his visa was revoked, what was actually revoked was this travel authorization. The practical meaning of that revocation is fairly specific. It doesn't mean he was stripped of some hard-won immigration status. The ETA is a low-bar permission that visa-exempt travelers get almost automatically. Canceling it removes the streamlined entry route and effectively bars casual travel. The Home Office noted that Piker and Uyghur can still apply for the kind of visa that non-exempt citizens would normally apply for if they want to be considered for entry. So it's a ban in the practical sense. He can't just board a flight and enter, but not a permanent absolute exclusion. The door to a formal visa application is technically still open, though approval would obviously be uncertain given the stated rationale. Okay, so maybe there is some truth to he was banned. The not conducive to the public good standard is the discretionary catch-all the Home Secretary uses for exclusion decisions, and it's been applied across the political spectrum recently. The same mechanism was used last month against figures Keir Starmer, called far-right agitators, including Americans Joey Manorino and Valentina Gomez, and against Kanye West, whose ETA was revoked before a planned festival appearance over his history of anti-Semitism. Okay. All right. We'll pay attention to that story. I don't know enough about it to weigh in just yet.
That's all it is. Oh, hold on, is there a tweet about it?
Okay.
Bro, like, you should do the right thing and just admit to whatever the fuck he's gonna say and then pre-spin it and then go to war. I don't know why you're doing this whole, like, well, I'm not gonna, like, you are an internet debate lord.
Do you
have
understand
to
that
win.
he doesn't have anything? Like, he's shown what he has. He doesn't have anything. There's nothing
Okay,
like
so
that.
why,
Yeah, exactly. So crash out.
Still.
Can I get some unbiased lore on JSTLK and Cherry? What happened there? Did he actually call to have her institutionalized? Ask Claude. Maybe Claude would know that, but I don't. That might be a little too niche. The UK Home Office states that from 25 February 2026, visitors from 85 nationalities, including the United States, will not be able to legally travel to the UK without an ETA. Okay. It's much worse than that. Well, he farmed her for content. Is Cherry a US citizen or a Canadian? I actually don't know. He said he could be here, Dr. K. Is there a log of him saying that? He flew her out and they started dating. Her mental health spiraled and he had her committed. Then she left Canada and he spammed her saying he loved her and she posted those messages. He told her he would be her own personal Dr. K. That's a wild thing to say to somebody. How do we know that he said that? Did she say that? That's a wild thing to say to somebody. She called him like 10 minutes before this to ask him not to cover it. Gotcha. Okay. She posted logs of that, DMs.
Don't get him.
Crash out. Yeah, like, this internet shit matters to you debate lords on the internet, unless you're going to meet up and fist fight. Like, those are your two options. You either meet up, you fist fight, or you do your debate lording. Lock in. I believe in you. I wanted something to watch tonight.
Unfortunately,
it can't be content.
Fortunately, I've cucked it for you.
No, it's not even about content. I don't even care about the content. You are in a perfect position. Like, cut these people. They deserve it.
I know. That's how I feel, but I'm not going to do it.
What is the fear?
No fear.
She just asked him not to.
Oh. Okay.
But even though that makes him look bad, so she doesn't give a fuck about you.
Do you think
she doesn't care about you as much as she care about her?
All these people, like, do you think they're just gonna like never release this information or like this bullshit?
None of the information they have is not public.
So why?
Yeah, so fucking crash out.
Why wouldn't you talk then?
They're gonna do it whether you like it or not eventually because they get desperate.
Just say, hey, Dan, she's asked me not to talk about this. You have nothing. You win, and then you can move on to the next topic. It's that easy.
But he's not going to move on to the next topic. He's just going to keep spurging.
Okay, and then you leave.
Then you spurred back.
Why
you
would
gotta
I do
crash
that?
out, dude. This is the problem with you internet people. You need to either have the gall to like go fist fight this person in public, or just like fucking
fist
win
fight
this
Ice
internet
Poseidon?
debate. He won't. He will. I will fight Nick Lee, Ice Poseidon, and Nick White at the same time, bare knuckle. I will fly down to Austin tonight, but they won't do it.
You crash out about them all the time?
What is happening?
No.
Yeah.
There's nothing really
There's
to
not-
crash out about.
Yeah, I'm not a debate lord. They
Well, there's
know
nothing
about
really.
it.
He already won. He already had sex with his girlfriend. Like, there's not much.
Yeah, he needs to fist fight me. He needs to come kill me.
Yeah, he doesn't. There's not really any beef towards them. It's sort of towards to.
Yeah.
They should be crap.
Well, good luck. I hope you make the right decision.
I will make the right
Who the
decision.
fuck is this guy?
He's talking. Are you a coward? Join VC. I joined VC, and I asked to talk to Dan, and he muted me repeatedly. It's at the beginning of the stream. You could scroll back to it. I asked to talk to Dan. You had me angry at everybody, okay? You had me angry at everybody, and I was going to go talk to him. And now I'm not going to.
Lab cheated on her husband with this dude, Gunnar Gooch, then divorced him and married this dude after dating him for like 4 months or some shit. How come dating is so fucking messy in this scene? What is happening? Where are the boring vanilla monogamists with like no drama? How come everything is so fucking messy in this scene, bro?
Unlucky.
Let's ask the tarot cards. Should JSTLK talk to Dan? You look really sketchy right now, I'll be honest. Oh my god, that was a huge... Oh my god, You know what's so weird is I thought of this card, and then I actually got it. That's like not even a lab lie. That's like actually not even a lab lie.
Manifested it?
No, like that's actually crazy as fuck.
Okay, what did you manifest?
I think you're the only normal streamer. Listen. I appreciate the flattery, the glazing. And we've been talking about this a little bit. The glazing is a little much, okay? Me being a like well-rounded, stable individual, it's still kind of new. It's still kind of fresh. I was very chaotic for a very long time. It's really only been in the last like 5 years that I've been in my process of sort of getting my shit together a little bit. But I had plenty of chaos. I just didn't air it out on the internet. All my chaos, well, most of my chaos happened like off stream. I just don't, I don't think it's generally a good idea to cover your life in such great detail and make it a part of your content. I think that is like a very risky endeavor. Northern Lion and Hutch are the only normal streamers. I see a pattern. The thing is, you get older and the normality all of a sudden is nice. I think when I was younger, I was attracted to the chaos. Like I just needed chaos. And so it would manifest in my life in a lot of different ways. And then I got older and I really, now I enjoy stability and I don't miss the chaos. The chaos was not fun. I kind of settled into being an adult and it's just much more calm and nice and predictable and, you know, that kind of stuff. Danny with $2, WTB, Loanerbox and Hutch, collabs and deep dives. I'm a big Loanerbox fan. I would love to collab. Rabbit Brain with £5. I was thinking if something of something good to write, but my brain is empty. Just keep going, champ. Thank you for the dono. Appreciate that, bud.
Because I got it reversed, and I don't really know what this card means reversed.
Like Connor's about to hop on here in a minute. I don't know when he hops on. Like Connor going on Kuimon's stream to talk about his divorce the way he did, that was kind of crazy to me. That was kind of crazy. I'm like, why are you letting yourself get grilled by Kuimon about your divorce? Like, what are you doing? Like, do the divorce like behind the scenes. You can say little things about it, but you don't need to get into like great detail. And especially if you're getting grilled by Kuimon.
This is a new deck.
Something that might be going on that I think is a little toxic is it might be that Connor has more eyes on him now than he maybe ever has. But it's not for good reasons. But there is something kind of intoxicating about getting a lot of attention on the internet. The novelty wears off over time. It's not that it completely goes away. So if I do something or say something that kind of goes semi-viral in the political space, which happens from time to time, it's not that the attention doesn't do anything for you. It does. It's just not like it was in the beginning. Like when I was blowing up on the internet in 2009, that shit was like drugs. It was an intense, sustained high, but the novelty wears off after a while. And so it just doesn't sustain you in the same kind of way. Connor might be riding a wave right now. Like his dopamine receptors might be going fucking nutty right now because of all the attention that he's getting. But it's not good attention. You know, like that's turning yourself into a bit of a lol cow. And like maybe he doesn't see it that way. I don't know if that's what's going on, but it's possible.
Are you gonna read the card?
It's temperance. Yeah, it's temperance. It's temperance. So
the Snarkers turned Connor into Aaron Bushnell. Oh my goodness. Dazvidani with $5. To quote myself, I simply would not have done what they/he had done. True.
Yeah, temperance reversed
reader. She's
would
like Googling
appear.
It right
temperance reversed. Oh.
Oh, I'm
Hi.
sorry. I just saw that JSTLK was streaming food shops, and then I jumped in on accident.
Oh dear.
Oh well.
Oh, you're.
What's up, Connor? How's it going?
Pretty good. I actually am kind of busy though, so I should probably go do other stuff. But I think Lav and I are supposed to be talking tonight at 10.
Yes.
Okay.
My time.
We'll be there
At 9 Central. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry for popping in. I just thought JSTLK was going to be throwing elbows and making fun of people, and then I was going to get to listen to that for a second. So, whoopsie dupsie.
I'm mocking Dan for raiding food shops the other night when food shops co-signed doxing and swatting him and his family.
Yeah. Listen, man, I'm just really happy that I don't have to be neutral about being one of
not
two
covering them is a
or one of
worst-case
four
scenario.
of Destiny's remaining friends and orbiters, and one of two of them or one of four of them is an unrepentant lolicon. I'm happy that's no longer the case. It makes me sad, but I'm happy that's no longer the case. All right. Have fun being mean on the internet, kids.
We'll do.
See you later.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
What was the point of that?
Okay. What happens if you guys don't talk?
What happens? Wait, what was temperance?
Well, it just said that if you guys do talk, that there's going to be like a heated argument. So everyone already knows that. But let's see what happens if you don't talk.
I feel like temperance. I feel like you're lying to us right now.
It was reverse temperance.
You want content.
It was reverse temperance.
I
can show you the cards.
Did you?
I didn't. I can show you right now. I mean, that didn't say anything pro or against it. It literally just said what we already knew. What would happen? If he doesn't talk tonight. Ooh, you see that? Wow. 2 of Swords. If you don't talk tonight, things are going to be out of your control. Things are going to be.
I tune in to Hutch to see what's going on, and he's here cleaning his effing teeth. Great content, buddy. What's wrong with cleaning your teeth? Why would you criticize that? I'm cleaning my teeth.
Out of your control, and it's not going to be good.
With a miswak stick.
Good for you.
Unlucky. Also, whoever donated talking about coverage, people are still going to cover these guys.
It's a stalemate. It's still going to happen.
Wait, you understand that
Situation remains frozen. You're pretending that you're
understand what I'm
fine.
saying?
Privately, everyone's going to be thinking about the conflict. The issue does not disappear. It's going to get postponed. You're going to have to talk about it. Either or.
You do not understand what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't right now.
You don't understand what I'm saying when I'm saying that, like, basically these people have said, we'll harass this other person as much as it takes for you to stop covering stuff. Right?
I don't understand even how she
this
can.
Other person. They want this other person to be hurt by this. And unfortunately, for whatever reason,
I'm so
they've
confused
identified
on
that
how
they get
you
annoyed
think
by
that.
it, right?
Okay, well, I don't even know how this person can be hurt by it because she's not even really online anymore, and you can literally like just
why should she have to not be online?
The internet.
Why should she have to not be online?
She literally doesn't have to not be online. I don't know why you think that she's gotten worse hate than me, and I'm doing just fucking fine.
I don't cover these people. If I don't,
I will turn my cam off when I brush my tongue, though. I think that's a little too far.
Talk about these people, and I don't have to.
Yes, they will. They still will. Dan's already fucking talking about it. It's going to happen either way.
But it won't be done in reference to me.
It's going to be done in reference to you either way. Yes.
No.
Literally,
it won't
yes,
be done.
It
won't be covered on my stream. I won't talk about it. It will lose like a vector of
You're
spread.
but you're gonna have to talk about it at some point because it's there. It's not nothing. It's not a nothing burger. You're gonna have to talk about it. They
absolutely have a nothing burger. I promise.
Okay, but
you. How much do you want to bet on this?
And do you know how much it doesn't look like that when you run from it? Do you know how much it does not look like that when you're not talking about it?
Unfortunately, right? I'm gifted with actually being able to see it. I understand you want me to debate. I understand that's what you want me to do.
It's not a debate.
You're not even making an argument now. You're just saying, well, it kind of looks like you're running from them because
you're pissing me off so bad. I almost called you.
I'm taking better care of my teeth with this little fucking miswak stick than I ever have in my entire life. I'm like brushing my teeth multiple times a day. It's nice. And human beings use this for thousands of years. This is just how it's in the fucking Quran. The Prophet Muhammad instructs his followers to clean their mouths with miswak sticks before they do their prayers.
My husband's name.
Rice with 5 pounds. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect the highly rational and wise people on the snarker side to turn to tarot and witchcraft to combat Dan and Destiny.
No, it literally, it has to do with the fact that this conversation could still.
She's super turned on out of nowhere.
Oh my god! Ew! Don't say anything like that to me. My husband's also watching, and you will be killed. I'm not even joking. If you say something sexual like that to me.
Horrible stuff. You hate to see it.
What the hell?
Because now I'm going to be in trouble, and you're disgusting. You're disgusting and fat, and you're a pervert.
How do I put this? I wasn't even sure I was going to want to do this at some point, right? And I got some info on Dan that I thought would be pretty funny and worth, him dealing with, or him throwing out a couple of these stupid, worthless nothing burgers.
Right.
But I'll just take that info and I'll do something else with it. We can have a good time here.
Okay, but you're still going to have to answer for the allegations because she's still going to drop it. So and it doesn't. And also if she.
There are no allegations.
Okay, well he's making them. And if she did care about you, she'd want you to get ahead of it. So I don't know why this whole thing is kind of weird, and maybe there's something else going on. But
wait, you understand they've been running this with no evidence whatsoever for a long time, right?
Apparently they have evidence, Dan.
Wait, did Connor join the call again? Bruno with $5. Your mod Jay Greaves would rather time out than let someone disagree with you. It's really pathetic. He can insult and mod abuse rather than engage. Bruno, I didn't see what you said, but listen, I trust Jay. If you were doing like intense ad homs or straw mans, those are usually the biggest offenses. Those are usually the biggest offenses. And I am being more iron-fisted these days. I've let my own snarkers thrive in my chats for way too long.
Literally told me that he had screenshots, so
Okay.
I don't know. If he doesn't have evidence, then it's even better.
Dan has, I don't know if you know this. Dan is known for one thing on the internet, is lying.
No, that's me. You're confused. You're confused.
What's the commonality between you two?
Jewish. Whoa, I just got it.
So what is the point in like, are you saying that you're going to avoid entirely covering Destiny?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Not entirely covering Destiny. I'm going to avoid entirely covering like the drama around his case, around anything to do with like his malfeasance. I might cover politics.
What? How bad? Like, this is like a generational running. For some reason, he's so averse to having a conversation with Dan or whatever is happening right here that he's making the decision to stop covering Destiny drama. Like, the optics of this are so unbelievably cocked.
Like if he has a particularly bad political stream, I'll cover that.
So for
drama on other people.
For Destiny to get one of his biggest detractors to stop covering his inappropriate and illegal sexual proclivities.
Here's the thing.
So, I asked Claude, are Miswak sticks just as hygienic as brushing with a toothbrush and toothpaste? It says mostly yes for the mechanical cleaning part, but with one important caveat. The just as hygienic framing tends to obscure. Plaque removal and cavity prevention are two different jobs, and Miswak only clearly matches a toothbrush on the first one. On plaque and gum inflammation, the mechanical cleaning side, the evidence is genuinely favorable. A 2025 systematic review found that Miswak significantly reduced plaque accumulation and gingival inflammation, performing comparatively or even better than conventional toothbrushes. Several individual studies found it superior for plaque reduction, though notably that advantage tends to show up when it's preceded by proper instruction or correct application. Technique matters a lot more with a stick than the brush, and interestingly, the anti-plaque benefit appears to mostly be mechanical rather than chemical. Studies comparing chemically active versus inactive Miswak found no significant difference between them, indicating that the mechanical scrubbing action is what's responsible for anti-plaque effect, not the plant's antibacterial compounds. The gap is fluoride. The single most important thing toothpaste does isn't scrubbing, it's delivering fluoride, which remineralizes enamel and prevents caries. Wait, what? Through a chemical mechanism, blah, 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 blah. So when someone says Miswak is just as hygienic, the accurate version is just as good at removing plaque and controlling gingivitis, but not delivering the anti-cavity protection. So really, I should do both. Like brush my teeth in the mornings, maybe, and then like do the do the Miswak for like maintenance. Or you could also get like mouthwash that has fluoride, maybe. Yeah. Anyways.
Mrau, do you understand that this kind of blackmail works? You understand it, right?
But the blackmail is that she feels slightly uncomfortable for a few days. Like that's the blackmail. I don't know what you think the actual consequence to this is. Like get off your phone for a couple days. Sorry, dude, I really care about you. Get off your phone for a couple days because I have to defend myself. That's it. That's literally it. It's that easy. And then
brush your goddamn teeth. I am. I don't think you guys realize that the Miswak stick, the little, I don't know how to explain it. When you chew on it and it expands, it's like a fucking brush. It has the texture of a brush. I am brushing my teeth.
And during the conversation, you could literally just be like, this is bullshit. This doesn't exist. Now let's talk about something more serious with like actual proof. That's all you have to do. And then it's like completely neutral. Right now you're losing and it's weird. I don't know why you're dying on this.
Doing the right thing is not easy, and sometimes doing the right thing makes you sad.
The losing part. Hold on.
You should do the right thing.
The losing part is more what Morale's talking about, right? That's losing. But unfortunately, nobody else wants to stand up to these people. Basically, everybody's walked away from this. This is, by the way, this is the best decision for me. While I criticize Dan or while I criticize people around Destiny, people are terrified to even be in my communities.
Yeah.
No, people are terrified. I'm not worried about like the doxing stuff, but everybody else is. This is me saying,
understand how this bodes. I don't understand how
pressure point. They found their pressure
you
point.
face
and it works.
entirely more consequences by not answering to this than she does if you do. So
but you understand that there's literally no consequence. They have nothing.
Okay, but but it looks like a consequence to you, which is the narrative that they will go with, and it will work. It will work. It will literally just work. Let me tell you that I've been in your position several times and it will just work. There was a time where my ex didn't want me to talk about something that Destiny had said, which was the specifics of our sexual engagement, what we said to each other. And then Steven ran with that and was like, you said that I was better than Connor at this thing. And then
Owlishness with $5 moving forward should be to call JSTLK's Penguin his fursona. His community is okay with calling me a dog fucker because they think I'm a furry. Irony. Huh.
Couldn't say anything about it because...
Comedy night with 9 months. Thank you. Politics preferred, but this is just the Bezos to Hutch pipeline. Gallstone with $5. Hutch, when are you officially converting to Islam? By taking the Shahada, inshallah. I wouldn't count on that, personally. Meta with $5. Here's your humble reminder. You're bald, no momentum, and shit in Teslas. There you go. Continue with what you were doing. Stuart with 10 Australian. Hutch, apologies. You probably get this question all the time, but do you get any downsides going through life being so good looking? It's tough. It's tough from time to time. It's a lot of weight to carry on your shoulders. Being so unreasonably attractive. People think that it's just upsides, but it's not. People don't see you for who you really are deep down underneath. All they see is your beautiful, flawless surface. And so it's hard to be vulnerable. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'll say, yeah.
So he didn't want to tell me anything about it. And then for months they...
Do you shine your head every day? Don't, but I shave my head with a razor probably once every 3 to 5 days, somewhere in that window. Which is nice. Definitely in the summertime, it's nice. Definitely.
Use that against me. We're like, oh, you were talking shit about your husband to whatsoever. And I just shut down whenever they said it. And then everyone still believes it because I just I could not clarify it. And then it can just I'm still answering for it. So it could have been one conversation where I was like, no, I didn't.
What is the worst case scenario?
No, I didn't.
That people who are known consent violators and support a known consent violator, yeah, exactly, are going to call me a consent violator.
There's a best case scenario and you're not doing it.
That is Dan's best argument is you're kind of like...
Wait. NPR just did a 47-minute interview with Graham Platner. I think we got to watch that. We'll tune into this just a little bit longer and we'll go back to Platner stuff.
Me.
Well, you could literally say that. I actually said that.
Argument is, hey, don't talk about me ever again, or else I'm going to keep saying something that obviously upsets you and makes you stop covering me. That's what he has. You're letting these people.
You're letting him win.
Here's the thing. Doesn't upset me.
No, I said that to him in the VC, and he started to get short with me. I was like, oh, you mean you're accusing him of doing something really similar to what your best friend did? And he was like, it's different. And I was like, really? How? And I was he was getting short.
It doesn't upset,
and then was like,
it doesn't upset me, but from now on I will no longer cover Destiny content. to avoid scrapping with these people.
Like, I can't use all my best lines with you, Lav. I was like, oh. But
yeah, I mean, I don't want to take up too much of the runtime. I just think, I agree with Lav, honestly. I think letting them get this pressure point on you is a huge mistake.
It also makes you look like you did it.
It looks terrible, and you're letting them win.
I understand I'm letting them win. They win.
I don't understand. I don't understand how it would.
Okay, well that settles that, right? Did you see that Trump endorsed Nancy Mace's opponent? I did see that. Yeah.
I don't understand.
She prostrated herself so profusely over the last 3 to 4 years, and for nothing. All for that coveted Donald Trump endorsement. And it was all for nothing. Didn't she vote to impeach Donald Trump in one of the impeachment trials? Or am I making that up?
And how it wouldn't just be as easy as no, I didn't do this. No, I didn't do this. She agrees she agrees that I didn't do it. That's the end of the conversation.
She is the definition of a clout goblin. She has some kind of histrionic personality disorder. Truly, literally. The beef cow rump. Speaking of the beef season 2 was so fucking good. Holy moly. Did you guys watch that show? It was so good. Season 1 was great too, but season 2 was phenomenal.
So what is it? What are you is this a money move? Are you
not the bear, the beef on Netflix? Never forget Kyle Kalinski's best ever tweet. Is this the ones about beans? I have my issues with Kyle, but I can't knock him for this tweet. This was a phenomenal tweet. I agree.
Scared that by continuing to cover them that
and now I'm scared that you did it. I'm literally scared that you did it.
No, you're not.
No, no. Now I'm why are you? The fact that you're so willing to talk about this makes me feel like there's some deeper story and more it's a little more oh, maybe it's a little more nuanced and you did do it and whatever, which makes me be oh, fuck, he actually did it. And I hope that you didn't, but I've been friends with rapists before, so.
Jeez, what the fuck? Odd Human Steve with $5. Hey King, what kind of razor do you use for your head? Need something that gets a close shave, trying to avoid the Homer Simpson look. I just use the Gillette kind of standard issue razor, the one with 5 razor blades. We're not gonna watch this for 7 hours. Lights, I'm gonna keep doing this, buddy. I don't like the are we really watching this? I don't like that stuff.
It's just
so it's not gonna hurt our friendship.
No. One of my best friends is a rapist. Mr. Rapist, so.
We know that you're not being serious right now, that you're just arguing for content. And that's why we love you being on stream. But in this case, it's not gonna work on me.
I think she's being truthful there. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
No, I'm being dead serious. I'm not arguing for content. I actually swear.
You're
solemnly
just
swear.
arguing for content.
I swear. I'll stop doing it. I'll stop doing it.
You're literally admitting that you're letting these people blackmail you. How is this
Yes, that this is putting somebody I care about into an agitated state, and they are not going to stop. They found a pressure point. It worked.
I don't understand how this is a pressure point if you didn't do it. I don't understand that. So that makes me think that there's something.
It's a pressure point
because as soon as shut the fuck up, Murao. Shut the fuck up, Murao. Shut up. It's a pressure point because it is not true, and they will just make something else up. The exact millisecond I say no, this is false, and I show them it's false, they will just make something else up. That is why it's a pressure point, and I'm just saying you won. Congratulations. I'm not going to cover you guys anymore. I'm not going to talk about you guys anymore.
Okay.
I really like you.
How many times have I shown these people just lying? Obviously.
He said, I really like you, dude. This is total bitch shit. Hassan said, I've been fighting the far right for a decade plus. I never would have imagined a Labour government would ban me from entering the UK. Dark times ahead for the West. Liberalism is dead. MAGA fascism and its corrosive influence is felt everywhere. I mean, this guy's rooting for liberalism to die, so I don't even know. I wouldn't be confident to say that he's upset about that. First, but I don't think liberalism is dead, but whatever.
Lying maliciously. It doesn't matter how many times I show them lying maliciously. It doesn't matter how many times I prove that. They will just continue to do it. And when they lie about this person maliciously and try to weaponize them against me, that agitates them. I don't want that to happen, so I can't stop it. They will just keep making it up, and I don't have anybody else who will stand up and say, oh, obviously these things are lies. So I have two options. Either I give them my platform to continue the harassment, in which case I prove them all wrong, and we end up with just a new thing made up next week. Or I just stop and move on. Now, if either of you have an argument against that, I'm here to hear it. Tell me what it is.
Well, the argument against
is this not the exact same thing that you were criticizing Chud for? Chud's avoiding coverage because he's scared of.
Except I said Chud's a bitch, and I would make the same decision he did in that exact position.
You can also just keep proving them.
Wait, what? What? How does that make sense?
Wrong. Like, if all the things that they're saying are lies, then it should be easy to prove them wrong.
Yes, I am saying that I am a bitch.
So just consistently let them lie.
What are you looking
about...
for in coverage? Like what?
Yeah, I mean, the more they lie, the worse they look.
You say that?
The more they lie, the worse they look. So let them do that.
To who? To who?
Look at Destiny's retweet, by the way. Hassan is lying. His retweet? Are you talking about his retweet of Awk? He said, Hassan is lying about almost everything he's saying here. First, pay attention to the language he's using. Well, I guess we should watch what Hassan said. I haven't watched this clip yet, so.
Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK? Yeah, it's... Okay, well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked.
Are you aware of the Connor Lav and Mr. Girl Cope Fest from the other night? No.
We just found out. So, yes. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union. And now...
During the Connor Mr. Girl Lav Cope Fest, they said you were a part of the DGG cult 100%. LOL. Somebody get me a link and a timestamp for that. I want to see that.
The Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland? Okay, guys, it's not about fucking being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do shit in the UK.
He gets so testy with his fucking chat. I get testy with my chat, but for him, it's like, it's very toxic, I think.
Yeah.
He throws tantrums. That's the best way to describe it. They were actually pretty nice to you compared to Destiny and Dan. Well, if somebody's got a link to that with a timestamp, drop it in the requested links channel for me.
Okay. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interest of it.
I used to watch Hassan. Him yelling at his chat is like 40% of the stream. That's me on some days, but not like every day.
Israel take the highest priority. And it's sneak into the UK. No, you can't do that. That's not a thing.
I think that we're being sarcastic.
Yep. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course.
It's from Tommy Vitor. The British Interior Ministry says Uyghur and Piker are barred from entering the UK based solely on an assessment of the potential risk an individual may pose to UK society. That is completely absurd. Keir Starmer should reverse this idiotic decision and let them speak. Britain has blocked Cenk Uygur, a left-wing Turkish-American media personality, and his nephew Hassan Piker, a U.S. left-wing commentator an influencer from entering the country to speak at events, both say.
Because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. That fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 90s.
Did he get his visa revoked, or was it his ETA? I think it was ESTA, which is like a fast pass to get into the UK, I think.
1930s era, where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty. And things are going to get even worse from here on out.
I don't think any of this stuff is good, but I find Hassan to be the least sympathetic person in this spot, because he's very nakedly an authoritarian. His ultimate vision for ideal governance in the United States is a uniparty, and so when he complains about a uniparty, or he complains about things that he perceives to be authoritarian, it's just really difficult to be sympathetic. If he actually had the power that he is trying to build this, certainly this election cycle, he would use it in authoritarian ways. And so it's just like, he's just the least sympathetic person here.
Straight up fucking fascism. That's it.
Does anyone have a link to the to the Lav Connor Mr. Girl discussion? Apparently my name gets brought up. Is there a YouTube VOD of this? Did Connor stream this?
That's it. Israel is a fascist country, and it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries. And in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, like good reason. This is not one of them, right? This is not one of them. Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism.
Lav was the only one that streamed it. Does she stream on YouTube, or is it only Kick? Where does she stream?
Is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend. Once again, where I warned the Western governments, and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest. Left-wing YouTube.
Does he have any good evidence that this had to do with like Israel stuff? Or is that just pure speculation? Was there any kind of quotes from the Labor government specifically invoking the Israel issue? I mean, it's possible that that's what's going on, but is he just purely speculating here? Apparently you guys found the VOD. They don't do transcripts on Kick, do they? It's a 4.5 hour VOD. So I don't know at what point I am brought up. If anybody has a timestamp to that. Read supposedly message. I don't see why people have a problem with the government enforcing its ideals and laws. I just don't really know much about. He literally had an express visa denied because the state deemed him not worthy of it. There's no reason to open our doors to those who seek to spread hate and division, especially to those who've supported a prescribed terror group. Grok's take was that he repeatedly calls it his visa revoked by labor due to Israel interests in uniparty fascism. It was his ETA, electronic travel authorization, a visa waiver, canceled. The official notice explicitly says he can apply for a proper visa. UK can and does deny entry/ETA over past statements seen as extreme or not conducive to public good. That's sovereignty, not fascism. Okay. And then what did Steven say here? Pay attention to the language he's using. Now the Labor government has revoked our visas. The interests of Israel take the highest priority. The administration in both the UK and the United States of America are absolutely moving as a uniparty straight at fascism. Western liberal democracies are supposed to protect speech. Second, understand Hassan was never refused a visa. His ETA, electronic travel authorization, was revoked, which is the equivalent to a visa exemption or a visa waiver, similar to the ESTA visa waiver available when traveling to America. At the end of his rejection, he's invited to apply for an actual visa, but he chooses not to. These foreign collaborators, paid actors like Hassan, constantly fixate on issues without offering real solutions. Israel, Palestine, they have realistic solutions, so they can infinitely... Does he mean they don't have realistic solutions? So they can infinitely attack other liberals for not being good enough on the issue, and routinely lump together all political parties into a single entity to be attacked from the left with his fellow Marxists. Every talking point he gives is designed to maximize hostility towards the West and Western governments, especially aspects of those governments that are hostile towards anti-American interests. Pay attention to his language moving forward. It will routinely fall along those lines, and it is not by chance or mistake. Gotcha. I'll still wait for more information on that story. I don't really know what to think about all that. One of you guys said I was very, very briefly brought up in this VOD, and that Lav said I was weird. I just caught a stray, and that was it. So yeah, I guess we don't need to watch that. I don't think I'm weird. I think I'm pretty normal. Nah, I'm a little weird. I'm a little weird. They talked about you a few times, but Mr. Girl, Lav, and JSTLK talked about you around 258. 258. Okay.
Nobody. So he's fighting for his life every single day to keep Destiny. I can't imagine. Can you even imagine how brutal that would be? He's spiraling. It's
like, well, yeah, it's
Is he talking about Connor?
It's just not funny. Sausage is not funny.
That's like almost all of his tweets lately,
right?
But
well, that's what I'm saying. He's completely losing it. His only audience remaining are people who are like completely either hate him and think he's a lol cow and are like, "This is my goat," LOL, or like, people who are.
They're not talking about me, right? There's no way, right? Oh, this was about Connor? Okay.
Or like hyper autistic and like have caregivers.
Yeah, I think what I don't see that he just can't understand this, that like there are people with legitimacy who want to interact with him because he's got a big audience, right?
It's about Destiny. Is this Mr. Girl? Is this the famous Mr. Girl?
Right.
Yeah.
But like he's consistently drawing their attention to things that aren't anything to do with his political opinion that look terrible. Like absolutely terrible for him. And I don't know why he...
This is about Destiny. Gotcha.
Doesn't see that.
It's Dr. Girl to you. Okay. Oh, sorry. Jesus.
Like there's something going on there. There's a blindness going on with him right now where he can't see outside of his...
The person gave me 258, around 258.
Worst decisions imaginable.
Going through...
It's the most important thing in his life. Shockingly, it's the most important thing in a lot of other people's lives too. Like that's what's disturbing to me.
Rice with 5 pounds. I don't like Mr. Girl's artificially bald head. This is stolen valor.
Almost. Is there a lot of other people who could have legitimacy in some way? Like Hutch should be able to have some sort of legitimacy on his own.
He has gotten so fixated with me, you guys. This penguin person has become so fixated on me in the last 2 weeks. There's something about my personality that drives these anti-fans completely insane. The way that Kuiman has talked about me, the way that JSTLK talks about me, the way that they were talking about me in the logs, like it's a fixation that I don't fully understand. I obviously have strong disagreements with people, but as far as being super provocative, I don't think I'm like super, I don't think I'm all that provocative, but whatever.
I don't know why protecting Destiny is so high up in Hutch's life.
It was so crazy. I almost messaged you about it. I was about to.
I'm insane? Wait, what? I mean, sure, I agree in some respects, but...
Also, why are my texts not going through to you? Did you block me? Do you hate me? You want me dead?
No, they went through. I was just sleeping. They went.
Oh.
I don't even know why you think they didn't go through.
I texted you. I said.
woke up to like you mess.
When.
It's because you called Kuiman a shitlord? I think I did use that language. Wait, how do you know that? Did he talk about the DMs? That's funny. That's funny that you know that. And it's not even the cool penguin person. Just think you could have had Danny DeVito obsessed with you. Instead, you got J-Stock.
Connor dropped it. I was like, this is our Super Bowl.
I don't know where my phone... Oh, there it is.
Wait, was that it? This guy thinks I'm insane. J-Stock thinks what did he say? I could have some credibility outside of Destiny stuff?
I woke up.
Did Hutch like Crimson Desert? I would say I'm enjoying myself so far. I'm told that you have to put in a lot of time to appreciate it. The combat to me is a little lacking. Like I'm just holding RB and RT. So I hope the combat gets fleshed out a little bit more. I've only played for about 22 hours so far. I might hop on Marathon again tomorrow. Check out the new season. They're introducing some new mechanics. I might hop on some Marathon again. Go back to that for a little bit.
You texting me on like every platform being like, why'd you block me? But I don't know what you're talking about. I got your text.
I was just trying to wake you up because I wanted this conversation to happen now rather than when I'm like working next week.
Only 22 hours and you hope the combat picks up. Well, I've really been taking my time in that. I haven't really left like the first area. I'm doing all the side quests of like people that I run into. So, I haven't really been like steaming, but then I watched some like things that you should know about the game before you play, and I'm told I watched some guys say that you should get through like chapter 4, because once you get past chapter 4, then the game will have introduced some abilities by then that you need to do a lot of the puzzles and stuff. So now I'm like kind of charging through the main quest, but I've been really taking my time, just like exploring and getting used to the different mechanics and everything.
Sure. Well,
on the weekend. It had to happen on the TGIF, you know what I mean? Or TGIS. Good Saturday.
Yeah. But yeah, the Hutch thing was really, 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 really weird.
That guy's weird.
He just literally wasn't processing what was happening.
Yeah.
What are they referring to, guys? I don't even know. Everything's getting kind of blurred together.
Yeah. It was weird that he wasn't processing, but also it's like I genuinely think you could actually defend Destiny based on the evidence that's there. Like I don't defend Destiny based on it because
the Connor stuff? Was it one of the Connor videos? They are referring to the doggy style joke you made. Gotcha.
I have a good idea of who he is, but you could like come up with some sort of argument to defend him.
I don't think he has a good idea of who I am. What a wild thing to. I would never claim to say like, oh, I think I have a pretty good idea of who J-Stock is. I have no idea what this guy is like in his life. Why would I? Why would I base something like that on his streams?
But Hutch was just not listening and then saying the wildest things.
Oh yeah, I don't think it was intentional. I think he actually was not processing what is happening.
I truthfully don't even know what thing they're referring to here.
I don't know what does that. Yeah, I don't like
cognitive dissonance and sunk cost. I mean, that's like being in a cult. It's like a Trump supporter of just like yeah, having somebody show you like a statistic or like evidence and just being like, I don't know.
That's a lie.
I'm sure there. Yeah, that's a lie. This isn't not even that's a lie, but like I can't even understand the sentence you're saying.
A few of the snarker people have posted that doggy style clip of you as proof that you're weird. It's wild. I just don't judge people for sexual kinks in the same way that I guess they do. I've just known a lot of people that were openly pretty like kinky. And so I just don't, I've had my own experiences with people that, had their own kinks, and some of the things I wasn't really on the same frequency, but I like bit the bullet in the moment because it's like, you know what? They seem to really want the, like, I don't know. So I'm not very uptight about sex. To be honest with you, there's like very few things that I think could shock me. It's just not something that I think about very much. I don't think about other people's sexuality all that much. It's just not something that interests me. I truthfully, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care that like Graham Platner's horny. That's not my issue with Graham Platner. If he had some kink or whatever, like it wouldn't really faze me. I just don't care. I just straight up don't care. And it seems like I can only speculate that some of the people that were getting offended at some, like Connor, for example, or people that think like him, whatever moral aversion they have to these things, to me is just like a denial of like human beings are fucking, dude, like almost everybody has something that they really enjoy or really turns them on, and most people don't talk about it openly, but everybody's got something that kind of like revs them up and gets them going. For a lot of people that's role play, and I just don't care. I just think it's like completely unremarkable. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it was certainly baffling. It was baffling to me just because I do think Hutch has had something of a political platform outside of Destiny. And so for him to give it up, it seems like such a poor calculation on his part.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a calculation. I think he actually can't parse what is happening.
I don't know what they're talking about specifically. I don't know how to respond to this because I don't know what they're referring to. This could be like 10 different things.
I mean, I've gone with that. Go.
I just doubt that he's like, okay, Destiny's caught doing this age play. He's basically admitted to it. And the question is like, is the walk back on their part true or not? Like, how serious is it? And then he's just I doubt he saw that and then was like, I know what angle I'll take. The angle I'll take is that like they're role playing being step parents. That's normal. They're adults.
Yeah, that's what.
Like,
That's
like you don't even understand the topic under discussion.
So funny.
What am I missing? What is the context that I'm missing here? I listen, if you're looking to shock me or get me to clutch my pearls or, denounce someone, I'm sorry, you're going to need more than like age play stuff. Maybe I'm weird like that. Like, I've had partners that wanted to do stuff like that and it was never my thing. And, I never did it, but, I have known people that have like wanted to do that and it's just not going to shock me. Again, like my story is, I would say probably like a little unique. Like I was raised in a particular area in the country that is like known for, like being weird. Like the San Francisco in particular was like a hotbed for the sexual revolution in this country. And I think like a lot of that that culture kind of still remains in the city. Like San Francisco is like kind of weird. But it just, you know, like not like very few things shock me. And so like I had some like really unique and interesting experiences when I was younger, and got me to think about like sexuality differently, I think. Because I went from being very, very sheltered to just witnessing things with my own eyes. You know, like I went to like a few parties with an ex-partner because she was into that kind of stuff. And so I saw things with my own two eyes. And then once you see it, it's like, you imagine how it's going to be, and it's like kind of intense. And then you're there and it's almost like unremarkable. Like then you're there and you're witnessing people doing these kinks with each other in a consensual setting, and everybody looks happy. And so you're just like, oh, okay. And so it becomes like something that's like barely even remarking on. That's just my genuine, I'm not putting on a show. I'm certainly, this is not new for me. I think my long-term viewers will confirm that I've always had a pretty laissez-faire attitude about this kind of thing. I think there have even been political stories that have come up where I've said that it had to do with like people's kinks, and I've said like I just don't really care about that. It's just not something that I find to be all that noteworthy. Does Destiny being a community leader with young people in the space who has flown too close to the sun and gotten burned messing with young girls not change how you see this? Well, you'd have to be more specific. I don't know what you're referring to there. I mean, Destiny is open about his like life and relationships in ways that I would not advise. Personally, I don't think that divulging as much as he divulges is necessarily a good idea, but he's not my responsibility. And so I'm just like, okay, well, if that's how he wants to roll. But I just don't know what that has to do with like consensual age play stuff, which I don't even know how much of that was confirmed, by the way. Because now like the person in question, I think, didn't she walk back a lot of that stuff? Am I crazy, or did the Brit person not walk back about a bunch of that stuff? What they're saying is Connor claimed it had to do with real children, and that you just weren't understanding it, taking Connor's word for it, or even though he didn't post proof of that. I didn't really have much of an opinion on that, because I just the evidence for that specific part of it is not particularly strong. The idea that they were like specifically invoking like her kids, that's kind of difficult to believe at face value, because there's kinks, and then like I would agree that some things would probably cross a line into being something that would be like concerning at the very least. But the evidence for that particular claim was, from my view, not very strong. And so I just didn't really talk about that part of it too much.
Well, but there is a part at the end where I think
I'm asking the cards if Destiny's a pedophile.
I think the guy comes in, and I want to say, or either it's right before that. No, Connor's arguing with the chatter. Connor is arguing with the chatter, and the chatter saying, well, they were just pretending to be step parents. And Connor lays it out that's like, if you think she was crying and sobbing and disturbed emotionally because she was like pretending to they were dropping their kids off at soccer practice, like, I don't know what to tell you, you're out of your mind. And Hutch is listening to Connor like clarify in this way, and Hutch never updates his like, yeah, it doesn't even hit. Yeah, he says nothing. He's just silent.
If these were allegations made against some like themselves or somebody that they know, would they accept those particular allegations just uncritically at face value, or would they be skeptical? I think having skepticism about that particular claim is warranted in this situation, because the narrators involved in this story are just kind of all over the place, pretty unreliable, you know? So how am I supposed to jump to the conclusion that there's credibility to those like specific claims? Allegations from a dude who just found out his wife cheated on him. Yeah, like he's making certain allegations, then he's walking back certain allegations, and then she apparently made some allegations to Mr. Girl and then walked back those allegations like directly to Destiny. So like, why would I accept that at face value? Could it be that because they don't like Destiny, they're a little too willing to accept certain allegations, even if the basis for those allegations is pretty weak so far?
Think that's a calculation, or do you think it just
I think
got
he might be
scrambled
retarded.
and then just
well, I think he is.
I think he's being paid. I think he's being paid by APAC, also known as Dan Saltzman.
I'm open. Hey Dan, if you're watching, I'm open to payments. I wouldn't close that door.
Quite literally.
This new drama started because the guy was spamming any and everyone on Twitter trying to blow this up. Connor is the only person that engaged with the schizo posting. I saw that, the original tweet. I did see a tweet about that.
He is less capable than a lot of regular people in the space of like processing information and understanding conversations. Like there's a certain level of like dialogue that happens most of the time, and he honestly has legitimate trouble, and I'm not trying to make fun of him here, I'm trying to be descriptive.
Oh my god. I mean, it's so rich coming from JSTLK. I've never seen someone so compromised by bias. I've watched a few of his reactions like off stream. I don't know why I do that, by the way, but I've watched a few of his like reactions of me off stream. And it is such a frequent occurrence for him to ultimately agree with the thing that I'm saying, but still find a way to take issue with what I'm saying. Like that happens a lot when he's watching my stuff. He'll be like, well, the thing that Hutch is, I don't know how to do a JSTLK voice. The thing that Hutch is saying is not necessarily wrong, but his line of reasoning for how he got there is just stupid. Like, it's like that kind of stuff. He does this a lot. Like a lot. Like that is very frequently what happens when he's reacting to my stuff. Like if I pull up, there's a decent chance if I just pull up one of these like VODs of him reacting to my stuff, we'll land on a moment like that. Hutch kneels and admits he was wrong. I don't even know if he reacted to me in this situation, or if I go to his YouTube channel. Wake up. Why Hutch is hurting the Democrats?
Stupid. Why are you not on the team, Hutch? The entire team is
comparing hypotheticals. Okay, we'll start there. I don't even know what this is about. Like I was familiar with it, but not.
The symbol doesn't matter here. It's just, do you agree with the principle? Right? Because Hutch, you've been arguing this principle that it doesn't matter.
He's just one of these people that when he reacts to the stuff that I do, like I pause a lot, but bro, he doesn't let me complete a thought. Here's another thing that's really common when he reacts to my stuff. He doesn't give me the space or time to like flesh out points before he pauses and accuses me of not having any kind of concrete observation or, oh, you have nothing to say about that thing? Nothing at all? Really? You have nothing to say? And then he unpauses and then I say the thing that he's saying is missing.
It doesn't matter what your small petty disagreements are. Right? And every disagreement, by the way, even if your disagreement was on segregation, it's a small petty disagreement to not support or not like get these people into the party. You should maximize seats. This is the entire idea behind your pro-segregationist argument, so quote unquote.
My pro-segregationist. That's the other thing too. They also just like blatantly misrepresent the shit that I say.
Right?
My pro-segregationist policy. He really just said that. Hutch, you're my boy, but glass houses, you can't criticize someone else for pausing clip mid-sentence before allowing someone to finish their point. I don't think I do that very often. I'm not going to say that's never happened, but for him, it's like very frequent.
I had a family member blown apart in Gaza.
Why is he putting black people on a pedestal? I don't know. Maybe for a lot of people, I think it's just something that most people understand how to look at race relations in a way that, like, hey, something's clearly unfair there. It does sort of, it creates like a bright line for people where they might not be clear when it's other topics. So I do understand.
So he's reacting to the conversation that I had with Josiah, which is basically, I was making the case to Josiah that you can be blue no matter who, but you don't, like, I worry about the optics of lecturing like Jewish Americans or Black Americans about why they need to support the guy with the Nazi tattoo. And I used the same logic that I used for Rashida Tlaib in 2024. Like I was telling you guys in my chat in 2024, I don't like that she's not endorsing Kamala, but for someone that has literally has family in Gaza, I just think like the optics are really bad for, you know, like a white political content creator to tell someone like, you have a responsibility, especially a Jewish person, you have a responsibility to support Platner when he had a literal Nazi tattoo. I just think like the optics of that are just bad. You know, like I wouldn't necessarily pick that fight.
Stand bring it up sometimes
because of a war that Biden and Harris funded, and you expected me to pull the lever for Biden and Harris, then yeah, I'm sorry, the tattoo is infinitely less egregious than an actual humanitarian crisis.
Who said that? Who said that it's infinitely less? Who said, yeah, okay, Nazi tattoo versus a bunch of kids in Lebanon? Still, by the way, still. Wait, that's current support, but this would be about, yeah, versus the Kamala thing, which was still a genocide going on. Come on, man. Come on, dog.
Which is being...
I mean, Kamala's position was to, you know, negotiate a ceasefire and, you know, rein in Israel somewhat, you know, so negotiate a ceasefire and push for a two-state solution. Like, so the framing itself is just, I think, a bit stupid. You know, what's worse? Supporting a genocide or a Nazi tattoo? It's like, wow, I don't know if you're accurately characterizing Kamala Harris's position. Like, I don't think it's fair to say that Kamala Harris supports genocide. All elite memes with $5. As a black person, I feel like we're becoming increasingly more silenced on the left because our cares and grievances are inconvenient for them. You know, I follow a number of like black liberal creators on Twitter, and that's something that I see a lot on my feed, for what it's worth. Morally Neutral, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. All elite memes, I think I missed you for 5. Folks like Hassan live and flourish here due to our robust freedom of speech laws and culture. They took that for granted and now see the consequences. I do agree with you that they took that for granted.
Facilitated in part by the Biden administration. I did expect Arab and Muslim Americans to vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, because that's the other thing. Well, Kamala Harris wasn't in charge of foreign policy, so you can't hold that against her. Yeah, but I also had that standard when Biden was the nominee, too. If you want to use the uncommitted movement to pressure him in the primary, that's fine. But at the end of the day, if the choice is between him and Trump.
Well, I mean, that's another thing. Another distinction here is that we're still in a primary for this main race. And it's unlikely that we could replace Platner in the next week. But we're still in a primary. And so, like, you know, once uncommitted, we got past the primary. I don't know. There were a bunch of other reasons why I thought uncommitted were like a bunch of clowns, to be honest with you. But we're still technically in a primary right now. Like, what? So, you know, I agree that once we get to the general, if I see, you know, liberal creators or liberal like voices that are hinting that it would be acceptable to vote for Collins, and that would piss me off if I saw that. But at the same time, it's just like, I'm not going to jump in the arena and like be this guy that's vociferously defending Platner. Like, he's just, why would I torch my credibility to do that? Vociferous, vehement, or clamorous. Okay.
I still think you should back Biden.
I do think they're different, though. I don't think they're quite the same thing at all. You mentioned it already, but VPs don't control foreign policy. So the fact that Kamala Harris inherited all that baggage, I felt it was disingenuous. That's how I interpret it. It was disingenuous. The fact that she inherited Biden's baggage, that let me know that if it wasn't Gaza, it probably would have been something else. Like, these people were just looking for any reason to not support the nominee. It's not really out of character for this particular crowd to do that. Trade a kind of
That's irrelevant.
like
That's irrelevant, buddy.
something.
I'm sorry.
Was she against all the operation? Did she distance herself? Did she come out and say, actually, I strongly disavow this? Did she do anything to distance herself, or say that it was against like her conscience or anything, or even just take like a positive stance towards stopping the genocide?
Her position was literally like, I'm going to work for a ceasefire and a two-state solution. But I don't know if JSTLK knows this, but that was her platform on Israel.
Did she do any of these things? Or
well, I don't know if it is irrelevant.
I said Biden or Harris.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, the logic of blaming Kamala for what happened in Gaza after October 7th is so flimsy.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll grant you.
Even blaming Biden for what Israel did after October 7th is flimsy, in my opinion. You know, if Biden in the Congress, if we lived in an alternative universe where Biden in the Congress decided to, like, for whatever reason, after October 7th, you know, end our aid program to Israel and, you know, distance ourselves from Israel, they were still going to go into Gaza and commit mass violence. They were never going to not do that. Biden couldn't have stopped them from doing that. Neither could have Kamala.
I'm not going to circle the drain on this.
But then also, but
now wait.
The whole issue is like that crowd, they see Israel essentially as like a vassal state, which betrays a total lack of understanding of like Netanyahu and his attitude towards like American presidents. You know, he's been very hostile with Democratic presidents specifically. Like, he's been very hostile and undermining with American Democratic Party presidents going back to fucking Clinton. It's just how you gotta let me talk too. I love you. You're my boy.
Well, hang on, but
like I hope these people see this guy. I hope these people see this guy. He's like the worst. He's actually like just like a
something he gets triggered by me like very intensely. I get under this guy's fucking skin like very intensely.
Legitimate trouble like processing information in high level conversations, but this wasn't really a high level conversation, so I don't think that makes sense.
It's less complex than his joke about doggy style. So if he can make that joke, he can definitely understand what is happening.
He's not right about that. No matter how many times you say it loud, that doesn't make it.
I'm sorry he was, and you're coping, and you're just not honest. And me and Max hate dishonesty. We're not going to let you get away with it. Dude, the cards will not give me an answer. You see that?
Ryan Thorup, thanks so much for $5. I'm beginning to think Hutch is sponsored by a Miswak Stick company. I'm not. Listen, I'll take the money. We haven't done sponsored streams or sponsored content in almost a year. I'm looking. Listen, I'm looking. We're, you know, views are going up on YouTube. You might see some interstitials at some point, but
the cards gave me an answer. Wow. He is a pedophile. I'm just kidding. I have no idea what that means. I don't even know what card this is. This is a new deck. I think it's the
cute little kitty in the background there.
The Shekel Storm card, is it not?
No, it's not the. Yeah, it's Shekel Storm. I think this is the one. It's one of Pentacles doesn't exist. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest, but can someone Google it?
All right, I think we got the gist of that. I think it's interesting that they're saying that I'm incapable of thinking about this issue clearly, when I think it's so clear that these guys have a personal vendetta, a personal stake in the situation with Destiny. Because I don't know how any honest actor could just uncritically accept the specific allegations that were made with the flimsy basis. Veiny cock. Jesus. With the flimsy basis that we've seen for this. Like, even if you don't like Destiny, I think any honest person would say that it's really hard to accept certain aspects of the allegations without a healthy degree of skepticism. Hutch, you do this constantly. Makes the stream hard to watch. Wait, what did I do? I'm sorry, I take it back. I apologize. At one point, they say it's straight up because you're DGG cult. Okay, hang on 1 second. I felt like the conversation was kind of petering out there, so fuck. I lost my, was it 258? Is that what you said? Hold on.
Like, well, no, all cops are bastards. That's the opposite of
high level conversation.
I think you're coping.
I think it's right here.
You're just not honest, and me and Max hate dishonesty. We're not going to let you get away with it. Dude, the cards will not give me an answer. You see that? The cards gave me an answer.
But we shouldn't be skeptical about any of the unfounded accusations against JSTLK. Right, got it. I don't even know what allegations we're even talking about. Why are you involving me in that? I don't even know what's being alleged right now.
Wow. He is a pedophile. I'm just kidding. I have no idea what that means. I don't even know what card this is. This is a new deck. I think it's
I can't help but notice
the Shekel Storm card is it?
With the pants that you're wearing, are they tight? Are your pants tight, or is your cock that bulbous, girthy, and lengthy? I can see the contours of your shaft. What was even the veins? What was even your shaft through your pants? How big is your cock? What was even the context of that Angia clip? Jesus Christ! And why does my voice sound so low?
Is it not?
No, it's not that. Yeah, it's Shekel Storm. I think this is the one. It's one of Pentacles doesn't exist. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest, but can someone Google it? What is this card? Just please, we have to find out if Destiny is a pedophile. Please, please, someone.
Your cat is perched on just the back of your chair.
I know he's the his name is Fable. He's a kitten. He's my best friend. But yeah, Max, you.
How do you square your Platner take and your Destiny take? Clout, you are on thin ice, buddy. Are you an infiltrator? Is that what's going on here? Have you been infiltrating the whole fucking time? I want you to steal, man. I want you to guess what is different between the Destiny conversation and the Graham Platner conversation. Just guess my answer. I think you can do it if you really close your eyes and concentrate and think hard. What is the difference between these two scenarios? Can you think of any differentiation here? Cloud Sheep, Senate, greater than community leader. Okay, you can conceptualize the obvious difference here. If Destiny was running for a Senate seat in Maine and all like some crazy shit came out about him, I would be just as frustrated with him as I am with Platner. That's the difference. Destiny's, and to be clear, my frustration with Platner is not a moral condemnation. Some people's lives get really messy. Some people blow up their lives and engage in really self-destructive behavior. I don't judge him morally for that. What I get pissed about is, and this is all in the context of a completely winnable Senate seat in Maine. We have an opportunity to flip a seat that's been red for the last 30 years. We can flip that blue. And we have this dipshit candidate who is victimizing himself, shirking responsibility, and his ardent supporters online are all gaslighting everybody else about like the obvious problems with his candidacy. This is a completely different situation than Destiny. I don't know why you would bring that up.
You completely came in there, you cucked me, you ruined my life as usual. I think it's interesting.
I just had an epiphany.
Go ahead. It's way more important than anything I'm gonna say.
I think BLM is stupid.
I'm gonna kill myself. I'm
Let's go.
literally...
Because their whole thing is systemic racism. And then you have a villain, Derek Chauvin. But you can't have a villain and attribute the problem to the system. And what I'm fighting with Connor and you about, and the whole DGG
No, I'm picking up that he's trying to compare it to what I said here.
narrative, and in this thing with Hutch is like, do people have agency or not? And I see people in the chat like, don't defend Hutch. Hutch has agency. The more agency you assign to somebody in the
less
system,
systemic it is.
the less your analysis of the system holds. Systemic racism is nobody's fault. Nobody's trying to be racist.
Okay, I think I see what's happening. It seems like all three of them are looking at like listening to my commentary, and their base assumption seems to be that I am operating within the DGG cult, and that's why I'm coming to the conclusions that I have come to around this particular thing. I'm not sure if they're like fully aware of the various times that I've like publicly broken with Destiny or had negative opinions about the things that he has said. But that seems to be what they're going with here. I'm in the DGG cult. I can't see that I'm compromised. I'm not thinking about this thing clearly. But I assume they're probably like mostly unfamiliar with my content, and like they don't know how open I've been about my life and my experiences in the past, that I just genuinely I'm not especially interested in people's like personal lives or sexual preferences or kinks, or like these things are just not something that I think about. I assume everybody on this panel, I shouldn't even go there. Cinnabon Pup with the Fiverr. Last night I explained the drama to my girlfriend and said, so there's this guy named Mr. Girl, and then I remembered your Esme rule and I knew I failed. Esme at multiple times in the last couple of weeks has asked me, so how did work go? What did you talk about today? And I was just like, you know what? Not important. I'm not even going to bother, because I'd have to explain like 30 minutes of lore, and it's just not worth it. So I'm just going to say, hey, you know what? It was a good day at work. It was fun.
It's just
I am
through unconscious, even undefined.
I don't know if this is projection too. Like this seems like projection to me, because wait, hang on. This is fully projection. That's what's going on. Everybody in this call, as far as I'm aware, were way more inside of Destiny's orbit than I ever was, ever, at any point. Ever. They're all like anti-Destiny converts, and they're projecting their shit on me. Especially with the JSTLK thing. You guys kind of blew my mind when you said that he was the #1 chatter in DGG chat. And I don't know, maybe they all feel ashamed about that. They feel some kind of particular way about it, and they're projecting their shit on me. But I've been on my own little island for fucking years now. Years. Doing my own thing, having my own opinions for fucking years now.
Definable, unpick-outable little interactions that the system itself is racist. So then when you're like, well, no, all cops are bastards, that's the opposite of systemic racism. That's you saying there is no systemic racism. It's just a bunch of, guys who beat their wives and are secretly in the KKK. And I think with DGG, it's wise to do the same thing. That's why they select villains and tell those stories, so that you won't think about it systemically.
I actually don't know about these two. Were they like firmly in Destiny's orbit for an extended period of time? I'm aware that someone named Mr. Girl collaborated with Destiny quite a bit once upon a time. I don't know anything about Lav. Everything I've learned about JSTLK, I've learned from you guys. Are all three of them like former, like full-on orbiters? They were on stream consistently for months. Lav is actually insane, very much so. They were pretty active in panels. Okay, I think this is I think this is making sense. I think this is making sense. I'm imagining like a former MAGA person who gets radicalized. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like, why can't I think of his name? Who's the guy that's been beefing with Ethan again? Why am I not remembering this guy's name? His wife is iDubbbz. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like iDubbbz, who's like super into the like anti-woke, anti-SJW stuff, which I think most of us can agree is not ideal. But now he's like radicalized into like the left-wing populism. That's what this feels like to me. They were like super in the Destiny orbit, then they became anti-fans, and now like they're in this other kind of mode that's not great. You're looking at the Unholy Trinity OG Destiny's former insane orbiters. Gotcha. Have you heard Mr. Girl's cool PDF songs? One of you guys played it for me the other day.
I don't know if I see that. I feel like you could have that same rationale, that same, villain analysis, and protect an individual or protect a system. I'm not sure I see the connection there.
Because
I do agree with you broadly.
It's a zero-sum game between is Hutch
all right,
part of
Cloud
the
Cheap.
system that makes
Listen, your time has come, buddy.
Or is Hutch a retard?
Yeah.
Does the cult brainwash people, or are they 90 IQ? I just think that the more you...
I've seen Hutch interact like before he was really within DGG, and unfortunately for that one, it's definitely both, but I'm not sure in other cases. For Hutch, it's definitely both. I'm positive it's both, but keep going.
To this extreme degree where...
I'm regarded and I'm too indoctrinated by the DGG cult, I think is what he's saying there.
No, that was like brainwashing. That was like systemic.
That's what I'm saying. Is that
how many chat logs did he post in a single year? Wasn't it like 30,000 or something like that?
It excuses the cult when you say no, he just can't understand. Yeah. If you call him stupid, then you're right, because brainwashing.
Yep.
It doesn't just happen to stupid people. The whole idea is that they're smart people. Like,
is Hutch a Destiny orbiter now?
After
last
latest
night?
Connor stream, I gotta say
yes.
Oh my god. What is the criteria? What is the criteria? That wasn't even me collaborating with Destiny. That was me just like reacting to something. Rice with 5 pounds. This is your fate too, Hutch, being embedded in the DGG cult as apparently you are. Is it only a matter of time before I'm on a panel with these guys in like 2 years? Is that the trajectory here? Maybe we just get ahead of it. Maybe we just go on there, like we just hit him up and do a panel with him.
He's
skip all the noise.
When did Hutch pop out?
I would say.
Was Hutch been around, or is he new?
Hutch has been a streamer for like a very long time. Hutch used to make Call of Duty content in like 2010.
Huh. I had never heard of him until like 2 days ago.
He knows the lore. He knows the back lore.
He did like politics content, but
I'm not saying that you can't have a stupid person who's brainwashed. I'm saying when you're writing
I know
a
what
narrative,
you're saying. Yeah.
I'm responding to the chat. They're pissing me off.
Okay.
No, I know what they're doing. I'm wise to their game now. It's all a deliberate tactic. They're using the word orbiter as a divider word. They label people that to belittle them and force them to distance themselves. But do you know what's interesting though? Is like I never ever liked that word. I'm not judging other people that didn't mind that word, but I never liked that word. I remember DMs with somebody who maybe I shouldn't. I think it was Erudite. Erudite, like it might have been when we were setting up the podcast. I don't remember. But Erudite sent me a message where she playfully said something about like being an orbiter. And I remember even in private telling her like, hey, just so you know, I'm not like pissed, but I actually don't like that label. Because like I take pride. I truly take pride in kind of like doing my own thing. I have a history of, bro, I have known so many streamers. First of all, like I've been the person that everybody wanted to be friends with once upon a time, but also I've known like so many of my friends are wildly successful. Like it's insane. I'm kind of like an OG in the gaming space. And so I just know a lot of people who got way more popular than I ever did, you know, like multi-millionaires. And along the way, I could have latched myself like a barnacle on like 50 different people to like ride that wave with them. And I actively avoided doing it because I preferred to do things on my own. Like maybe you could argue I was irresponsible to not do it. Like I could have made way more fucking money over the years if I actually did that. But I just liked, I don't know. I always took pride in that. I always took pride in kind of just like doing my own thing and like forging my own path and being a bit of a pioneer in the early stages of gaming YouTube stuff. And, you know, I always liked that part of my story and I always wanted to protect that part of my story, I guess you could say. Bad Company with $5. It says a lot about them that they see Destiny's orbit as some kind of an end game. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I'm saying if you're writing a narrative about why did this person do this thing, you can't have, but those answers are competing. Of like, no, they're a cultist is a different answer from they're a fucking idiot.
It's sort of an inverse thing to, you've probably heard the saying, the enemy is both weak and strong.
Yes.
Like they'll describe the enemy as the buffoon, but also like very, very powerful, maybe part of like some powerful system. It's like the inverse of that with Hutch. Maybe not even
Yeah,
the inverse.
it's a contradictory belief that I think doesn't really challenge the structure when you hold it.
At least when you're describing a behavior or why they're doing a certain thing, right? So, like
It
I would
falls
say in this
apart
case,
as an analysis.
yeah, in this case when he's like pretending he can't understand, if you're going to attribute that to his him being like slow or something, that really takes away from your analysis of it being a cult or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And again, like you said, if you're able to make the dog joke, you should be able to understand Connor when he says like, no, obviously given she's like crying and feels guilty about this, and she's probably not talking about just pretending to be step parents. That's
okay, but that doesn't fall apart when both parties, the husband and the wife, back away from those comments. Like that doesn't just utterly fall apart.
that doesn't make sense, right? The normal day-to-day activities of step parents don't lead to that kind of guilt. You should be able to understand that.
Yes.
If you can
it's
tell
laid out. I mean, even a 10-year-old could understand like the situation. It's not a complex situation.
Yep.
So what should we do with her?
If you forced both of these people to bet like the maximum amount of money that they feel comfortable betting, how much do you think both of these people, JSTLK and Mr. Girl, would bet that story was real based on the evidence that we've seen? How much of a personal stake would they commit in terms of the credibility of that story? Knife Mall with $2. So what you're saying is you paved it on your own. Definitely not. Definitely not. I networked a shitload in the beginning, the early COD stages. I did collaborations with so many people back in the day. So I didn't do it all on my own. Definitely not. And then I also got like a big old boost from Machinima. So, you know, I had tons of support in the space.
Tar and feathering?
But, you know, I do think of myself as a bit of a trailblazer back in the day, like we were just kind of making it up as we went along. There was no blueprint for it. There was nobody to look to say, this is how they got success in this field. We had to like do all that on our own. We just like did stuff and focused on the things that worked. And, we just connected with a pretty big audience back then because it was like the right time, the right place, the right game coming out, the right platform. Kind of podcasts were still sort of novel back then. So it was like the stars aligning, right?
No, I think we should provide it once he realizes and his cognitive dissonance resolves and he realizes what he's a part of. We'll have a conversation where I'll be nice to him and you'll be mean to him.
I was not being mean to Connor.
You weren't being mean, but you were being
blood
pointed.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of that. This is a new interview that just went up from NPR. Will Maine voters extend forgiveness to another Graham Platner controversy? Shall see. Were you never actually a member of Optic? I was a member of Optic before it was like officially Optic, if that makes sense. Like back then it was just like, it wasn't an esports team. It was just an org of like people who liked to aggressively snipe in Call of Duty games. We did a lot of 1v1s. I was kind of a fucking beast in sniping 1v1s on shipment. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of fucked people up. Like I was pretty fucking good. Because I would just do it like multiple hours a day. But then when I got the job at Machinima, I told Hector I was gonna shed the label of Optic and just kind of be my own brand. And then they became like an esports org like shortly after that. But it wasn't very long. It was like 6 months or something like that. We didn't really do much, it was just more just like content back in the day.
Pete Hegseth is literally using the U.S. military to make up for the fact that he's insecure about his own military service. That's insane. And so now he gets to posture and he gets to literally start wars so he can pretend that he's this big tough guy. I mean, I don't think there are a lot of Americans.
Been with you since that time. Big love, brother. Damn, that's old school. That's like 17 years, bro. That's crazy.
That want the world to think that everything they ever said when they were 25 is who they are forever. Of course, Jeff Bezos is going to tell us that if we raise his taxes, things won't get better. He doesn't want us to raise his taxes. He's a greedy person.
The path to turning the Senate blue runs in part through the state of Maine, and that hinges on the presumptive Democratic nominee, Graham Platner. But Platner's controversial past keeps catching up with him. On May 30th, reports emerged that Platner exchanged sexually explicit messages with multiple women early in his marriage. His wife, Amy Gertner, defended him in a video posted on X.
I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all...
It just really pisses me off. I can stomach a lot of things, but like the self-victimization just really rubs me the wrong way. Like, what did you expect was going to happen when you became a Senate candidate? You didn't think that people were going to look into your life and scrutinize your life and the decisions that you've made? This is literally a part of the job. It's a necessary part of the job. If you want the job, you need to subject yourself to that scrutiny. You shouldn't be offended or victimized when the media and other politicians do their jobs and look into your history. It's just a crazy thing to complain about. Like, this is the job. I don't know what to tell you. You signed up for this. They're not being bad people for like looking into your husband's life. It really, really gets under my skin. Actual Facts Racing, thanks so much for 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, buddy.
What he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work.
Breaking Points released a Platner infidelity reaction. Oh boy. We can already predict what they're going to say. the only reason they're coming after him is because he bucks the establishment and is aggressive on Israel and you know, like breaking points. Wait, where are you seeing it?
Graham Platner, who is the presumptive Democratic nominee for Senate in the state of Maine, a key Senate race this time around, is facing new revelations that have caught the attention of many. You can put this up on the screen. This is courtesy of a disgruntled former campaign aide.
A disgruntled former campaign person? Oh my God.
I think it has been a disaster.
Well,
a genuine betrayal.
but that's an important point.
Yeah.
It's not the womanizing.
Yeah, right. No,
that
I
is
don't care about that.
the issue for it's that venality, it's the narcissism, it's the self-dealing, and that it's the corrupt behavior that has been there throughout his entire. I mean, he is a con artist. That is what he at his become a different person.
It's possible. But I'm
also
just saying,
the red.
You know, we don't.
The red flag with Fetterman was his position on Israel, which he basically just.
I fucking listen. It's so predictable.
Allowed
time. I don't remember.
Ryan did the reporting on this. Fetterman.
I guess we should listen to her framing here.
She had previously discovered on the oyster farmer's phone sexually explicit texts with several women, according to people familiar with the matter. Amy Gertner, who married Platner in 2023, told the
again, just to correct her here, the Wall Street Journal had already had this story with multiple sources by the time they reached out to this former staffer. So, at least according to the staffer, she was not responsible for the story like first being investigated.
Campaign about messages she had found early in their marriage. When she informed the campaign about this was in the spring of 2025. In late August, as some aides were conducting opposition research on their own candidate, Gertner disclosed the text to a campaign aide to make sure they did not pose a risk to her husband's nascent campaign. The campaign had been preparing for a major rally with Bernie Sanders. Aides ultimately decided the texts were a private
I really don't get this drama. So he sexted and he still has a good marriage. So what? I want you to look at me in the eyes with a straight face and tell me you don't understand the red flags in this situation. Look me dead in the eyes and tell me you actually don't understand the questions that would arise about someone's character from a story like this. This is the gaslighting that I'm talking about. Like, the gaslighting is driving me insane. The people that are like pretending like, this is a nothing burger. Like, first of all, I question how good their marriage is, frankly. I have serious doubts. I can't prove it. I'm just, but I can't, I have serious doubts, if they have a good marriage. We'll see. I just, listen, people can grow, people can change, people can make progress. It usually takes longer than a year, in my experience. It usually takes longer than a year to establish like trust and like stay on a better path, Years ago, he sexted, he worked on it. No, hang on. This was last year. This was 1 year ago. That's what his wife flagged to the campaign in September of 2025, was that in spring of 2026, she found explicit sexual text messages with, I don't even know what the number is. Some people say half dozen, some people say a dozen. This was 1 year ago. I'm all about people getting on a better path and changing their life around. In my experience, it takes longer than a year to build trust and to stay on a better path. Is the NDA story fake or real? My understanding is that is real. So it was a former staffer that left the campaign. I actually remember her because she did that Facebook post like 6 months ago where she was basically like, what are we doing here, guys? He has an anti-Semitic tattoo. He knows what it is. The DC consultants are fucking up this race. There's still time, like I remember that. And they offered her $15,000 to sign an NDA, which she said she could have used, and she said no. So she was trying to sound the alarm about this guy months ago. And well, now we know that she knew way more information than just the tattoo.
Matter that was being handled by the couple in marriage counseling, a campaign official said. The rally proceeded as planned with thousands in attendance. So again, the TLDR here is that Graham Platner's wife had previously, years ago, earlier in their marriage, discovered these sexual...
1 year ago. I don't know why they're doing this. It was 1 year ago.
Explicit texts between Graham and several women. They have worked through it in marriage counseling. She has actually put on a statement that I'll show you shortly. And so when you're going through these campaign processes, typically you as a candidate...
Like if this was a friend of yours, if you had a friend and same story, they got married 2 years ago. When did they get married? They got married 2 years ago. And then 1 year into the marriage, your friend found that their partner was sexting a dozen women. And, let's say they're doing counseling and they decide to work through it. I can imagine supporting a friend in that spot. Like I would never tell a friend in that spot, I think you should do this or I think you should do that. I would endeavor to be like a supportive friend. If we're fleshing out this hypothetical and like, well, like, what do you want to do? And then, but after like a year, I would not just say like, oh, they've perfectly recovered as a marriage. I would assume that they're still working on like a lot of stuff with like counselors. That stuff takes so long to unpack. I'm just saying. Usually people are not like cured after a year of therapy.
Candidate will do your own opposition research on yourself. So you'll actually hire a firm to dig into your background and find whatever it is that an opposing campaign is likely to find. So it sounds like in the
sounds like you have some negative bias towards Platner. 1,000%. For good reasons. Yes, obviously. But that's like, listen, that tends to happen when you have the kind of stories about this guy that's come out and his insane explanations that completely defy credulity. Of course, I'm biased against him, but I think I am giving objective analysis here. My objective analysis is that this guy is very problematic as a candidate. And for a race like this one, for a seat like Collins, who has been this Republican who's been able to win, a Senate seat and then subsequent like 5 re-elections in a blue state, there is an opportunity here to take that seat back. And I'm very frustrated with Platner as a candidate and with his supporters that have just been insisting that he be the guy, just completely ignoring red flags that I think are obvious to most people. And then they pretend and play dumb about these red flags. And they say stuff like, well, I just don't, just like the fucking contorting themselves into pretzels to avoid really obvious conclusions. The polling numbers, I don't know what they'll be after this story marinates for, 2 to 3 weeks, but he's been polling really strongly against Collins. So, I mean, it is possible that he wins in November. I wouldn't say that that's not possible, but I think his chances are going down pretty dramatically because I just don't think this is the end. Why would I think this is the end of this story? Do we really think that I can just see the path forward, and what I see at minimum is one or several of the actual text exchanges being leaked to the press. Pictures of his fucking dick, pictures of his wiener and stuff, like his nudes and stuff. And I anticipate other stories because everything we know about this guy so far indicates that he's very messy. And I mean exceptionally messy. And messy people don't typically have just like one or two stories. Messy people are messy, and they're messy in every facet of their life. And so I fully expect there to be way more stories that come out. And with each new story, I just think the voters of Maine are going to be pummeled with opposition research about this guy. And, you know, maybe he's immune to it in the way that Trump was in 2016. Like, that's possible. Maybe the populist wave is so intense that those things don't matter. But if you forced me to make a Kalshi bet right now, I would bet that Collins will beat him in November. And the people that have been gaslighting and defending this guy so steadfastly when we could have had better alternatives are just... Like, even Mills, like, what was so offensive about Mills? Like, why was she such an offensive candidate to people? Like, that kind of baffles me. Bonus memes with $5. Brother, I get what you're saying, but who's the president right now? Are we really caring about sexting in 2026? Again, this is not a moral condemnation. I'm not going to lose sleep because this guy was unfaithful. This is all just like tactical. And I find the appeals to Donald Trump such a weak defense because I don't want my party and my party's voters to nuke their own standards because Donald Trump is bad. I would rather avoid that. I would rather maintain a sort of high ground. I think you should have really high standards for the people that you elect to higher office, especially the US Senate. I don't care that Donald Trump is bad. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to I just assume that this guy has there's just a lot of questions about this guy's judgment and this guy's character. You can't just like wave this stuff, like hand wave this stuff for me. When I look at the picture of Platner, he just looks like a messy guy, like a really messy guy. I don't want to elect messy people to the Senate. I mean, I of course, in a contest versus Collins, there's no question I would support him. I'm just not going to pretend like he's like this stuff is not questionable. I'm just not going to play that game. Bonus memes with $5. I think I already got you there. Lockie's with $5. It is a nothing burger. Collins voted for the Iraq War, and well, all the confirmation for this admin, this will pass, but okay, content, I guess. If you want to say that, do you really not question the judgment of someone that did what he did? Does that not give you any pause whatsoever? I just feel like we're just... This is an example of just like nuking your standards. In any other context, this would be obvious red flags for anybody. If this was just a person in your life, your boss, a coworker, a mutual friend, a family member, most people would understand these red flags to indicate. And again, I'm not saying that Platner is like a bad human being. That is not what this is about. But he's a bad candidate. He's a bad candidate with obvious problems. Evil Elrond with $10. Why is he getting more scrutiny and consequences for infidelity than Trump until he bangs a porn star while his wife is in labor? I don't know if I care. At least he's a Dem. This is blackpilling for me. I'm worried, man. The Democratic voters, they're not okay. This is genuinely worrying for me. I don't think we should mirror MAGA voters. I think we should have like, standards. This is kind of crazy. Booler with $5. Accountability is out. Victimhood is the new hip thing. Old timer. Did you see Favreau's X-characterization of this? I did, yeah. Don't even get me started on Favreau. Sexting, dude, it's so crazy. No, there's no way. Flavortown, do you have a partner? I'm just curious. Do you have like a husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend? You do? Okay. If you found out that your partner, if you found explicit sexting going on with a dozen people, would you be like, wow, sexting, it's so crazy? Or would that cause you to reevaluate that person? You'd still vote for Platner over Collins, yes? Platner could, let me put it this way. Maybe you're unfamiliar with my game. There could be a story that it was discovered that Graham Platner literally murdered someone 20 years ago and got away with it. And I would still vote for Platner over Collins because I'm thinking about the Senate and not the person. That is not an exaggeration. I'm dead serious. Just to clear that one up. Just don't ask me to pretend like this is like not an obvious red flag.
Process of this, Amy Gertner, Graham's wife, decided to disclose this to an aide and say, hey, do you think this is going to be a problem? And then now this aide who long ago left the campaign and is working for another candidate and for a consultant.
This is a little disappointing because, I'd have issues with Crystal Ball, but she's getting some basic facts about this story wrong. That's like the third basic fact about the story that she's gotten wrong.
Firm, I think, who is very much not a Graham Platner fan.
The story did not originate with this staffer. The Wall Street Journal already had this story. And then because Graham Platner's campaign manager threatened this woman, she went on record with the New York Times.
Decided to go to the press with this disclosure that the candidate and his wife.
She's just wrong about this. Like, this is disappointing, man, because Crystal Ball, she's usually a little bit more polished than Kyle, but seems to be just as reckless on this front.
Life thought was happening in privacy. Let me go ahead and play a little bit of Amy Gertner as the first one between the two of them. Graham has now spoken to the press as well, but to put out a statement about her reaction to these revelations and what she sees very much, and I think rightly so, as a breach of trust. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
If anybody knows me and Graham personally, you know that we got married in 2023. We live in Sullivan. We've got 2 dogs, and we love each other deeply. So it makes me really angry, disappointed, and I find it really shameful that there's a group of media outlets.
Just to be clear, there was a viral Twitter post around the time of the Nazi tattoo. There was a screen cap. There's an app. What's the name of the app? There's an app that women locally can basically chat with each other about their experiences with men in the community. It's like specifically for women to be able to like share with each other, like, oh, be careful with that guy. Here was this. Or is it T? Is it the app called T? Or maybe was it T? I think it was. But anyways, there was a screen cap of an exchange on this app with Graham Platner's face, and there were women talking with each other. They were saying like, we were talking, and then I saw last week that he got married, but he's still talking to me. And then somebody else jumped in yeah, he's still talking to me too. It was out there that he was doing this. It just wasn't, it didn't have deep reporting. But that stuff was already out there, absent any kind of corroboration from this former staffer. And it was really only a matter of time before this stuff would have been uncovered. Like, this stuff was gonna come out, regardless of the staffer going on the record with the New York Times after the story had already been worked on.
People who are willing to spread gossip instead of talking about real issues that Graham is running on, like healthcare and education and childcare. I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount of violent, active combat, and he's been in therapy for years. I admire the fuck out of him. So when there are news articles about our marriage, it's just extra shitty. Can I say that online?
Yes, Yes. So, Zagar, I think it's disgusting that this aide brought these texts, the existence of these texts, to the press.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Handles is like, when you have candidates like Platner, they can drag down the rest of the party too. I can understand conceptually like why so many people are all in on him, because he really is like, he really does speak their language, like the left-wing populists, like the online left. And candidates like him are pretty rare for them. Like Mamdani, like that was a pretty rare situation to have a DSA member, do so well in such a populous city. And so they don't get these kinds of opportunities very often. Usually it's the more moderate candidate that gets past the primaries. But for whatever reason, the situation in Maine, that just didn't work out that way. And he connected with voters, and, to his credit, I think like they have run a very savvy campaign. But they can't, like, for them, it's hard to reach the conclusion that, we should replace this guy, because they just don't get these kind of opportunities very often. And so when they come around, they have to just go really all in with him. And it's a similar kind of logic with like MAGA and Trump in 2016. Like, Trump was like a political unicorn. Like, he came around in 2016 and he was speaking very openly in ways that a lot of median voters spoke and heard in their own lives. And so they connected with him because they interpreted that as authenticity. And they had been told for many years that their form of authenticity was not politically correct or not woke or whatever. And so for them, he represented something more than just like a standard Republican. And so that's why with every new scandal, when it came to MAGA, it was almost like his support went up with his voters, because they saw that as a sign that he was connecting with voters. They saw those attacks as a sign that he was doing something right. And because nobody else was quite like him in Republican politics, they just became more and more and more devoted to him over time. And then it was almost like funny, like each new crazy story about Trump that came out, they would find ways to like spin it into good things, like, well, yeah, when you're rich, you can just grab people by the pussy. And so, like, if he grabbed my mom's pussy, I would still vote for him. Stuff like that, And I think Platner represents something similar for like the left flank, for the left-wing populists, is because you just don't see a lot of candidates like him get past the primaries in a U.S. Senate race. And so, of course, they're like desperate to keep him around, but in their desperation, they're just ignoring about 50,000 red flags. And in my opinion, needlessly jeopardizing a winnable race.
I don't see how it's anybody's business when she has forgiven him and they've worked through this in marriage counseling. And it's sort of crazy to me that of all the revelations about Graham Platner, this seems to be the one that is, generating the most heat and most attention. But I think it's because at this point, he is the Democrat.
It shows that as early as a year ago, he was duplicitous and dishonest to a particularly extreme degree, which rightfully causes people to doubt his character and thus doubt his like the merits of him winning a Senate seat.
Democratic nominee de facto, Janet Mills, has dropped out of the race. And his...
Do you think it was selfish of him to run when he knew all this stuff was out there? Yes, I do. I do think that he knew, obviously, he knows how messy his life is. He knew this stuff was going to come out. And, you know, yes, I think that that was bad. And all the people that are astroturfing his campaign and propping his campaign up, and I think they're acting extremely irresponsibly.
Positioning is really anathema.
That said, I hope he beats Collins. Genuinely hope he does.
To a lot of the Democratic establishment. So I'll get your reaction, then we can show how some of the
anathema, that's a good word,
the centrist Dems are already out like, maybe low key, we'd rather have Susan Collins, which is crazy to me.
I mean, it is an immense breach in terms of the campaign woman who leaked these text messages, or at least leaked the existence of these text messages. Zooming out a little bit, I mean, in terms of public people,
they're just not getting the particulars of this story correct, but that's okay, whatever. Handles, I didn't read your message. You said Platner is dragging down the whole Democratic midterms when candidates like Ossoff should be dominating national headlines. Yes! Thank you for saying that. Yes. We have some really strong, like, bright, shining stars in the Democratic Party who should be the focus of media attention. Ossoff is, like, really every day just impressing people more and more. And instead of talking about him, we're talking about this fucking moron. It does piss me off. Instead, we have to focus on Platner's tattoo, Reddit comments, infidelity, and who knows what other skeletons he has too. I can imagine. Dr. Beast with $5. They are trying to make it seem like we don't like because the sexting and not the Nazi tattoo and him working for Blackwater is a damn mercenary. I don't really have an opinion about his military service. It's not something that I really think about. Bonus memes with $5. Brother, I get what you're saying. I think I already got you for that one. Chalk with 5 pen. Have you seen the movie The Campaign? It's a parody movie about elections in the USA, and all this mess made me remember that movie. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember.
people, unfortunately, we now live in a world where your entire personal life is under scrutiny. If a media outlet had found this, it would have been fair game. But
they did find it. What are you talking about? That's fine. Whatever. All right, let's get back to this NPR interview.
For a living. The controversies around Platner don't end there, and they raise a big question. Does he have too much baggage to carry on, or can his anti-establishment political message that has generated so much enthusiasm among the Democratic base carry him through? I spoke to Graham Platner in Maine before news broke of these explicit messages. We offered him a follow-up interview to discuss the latest scandal. His campaign said he was too busy, but Platner provided a statement that read in part, "I've learned throughout this campaign that people don't care about gossip or headlines. They care that you're fighting for their hospitals, their paycheck, their kids."
Wait, so they didn't cover it?
Thank you so much for sitting down with me.
Of course, thanks for having me.
So we're sitting here.
Is that what she just said?
The Democratic base carry him through. I spoke to Graham Platner in Maine before news broke of these explicit messages.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I don't think I want to watch that interview. We could watch. Do you guys want to watch the Jubilee video with Dave Rubin? Because it's a doozy. I think the podcast tonight and potentially this week is canceled. Pisco's not available. Soy Pillow's not available. And it seems like the rest of the week is chalked too. So I don't think we're going to have a podcast this week. It does look like I have cemented a time to speak with Senator McMorrow. And it looks like that is going to be on Thursday. At 3 or 3:15. You know what? I should invite IRI to come on. We need some strong partisan Democrats. This will not be a hardball interview, just so you guys know. I am not an unbiased journalist. I have my preference, and I will not be shy about that preference. What I want to do is work on some questions that I feel are unique. Like, I don't want to ask her questions that you've probably heard her answer in previous interviews. So I'm gonna have to like sit down and really think about that for a little bit, do a little bit of prep. But that's gonna happen on Thursday. The ContraPoints interview, I would not hold out hope for that. I think she got burned. She was doing these podcast appearances and then people were clipping her just like completely deceptively, and she got pissed about it. I kind of thought that this was going to happen because I saw her in the weeds on Twitter arguing with people about her appearances, and I was like, oh, fuck. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe later, but ask her what made her to commit to public service. I was thinking about some form of that question before you even said something. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick before we watch the Jubilee with Dave Rubin.
But in terms,
I'm going to play a video in the meantime, and give me just a few minutes and I'll be right back.
But in terms of the Mr. Girl stuff, if I could talk about anything, I guess, from what I understand, she played up a lot of that because she was like watching Mr. Girl at the time and blah, blah, blah. And when she wrote in, she elaborated a bit.
You told me something almost identical to what Britt wrote into Mr. Girl.
He never told me like the parts about him or her being turned on by him actually doing it IRL. Like none of that was ever mentioned. It was always just, hey, this is a thing that happened one time. He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of wanted to do it. And we both felt bad about it and didn't do it anymore. That was the story she gave me.
So the last hour and 50 minutes, I don't know the exact count of times he brought up like age play, but I'm guessing it was between 20 and 40 times, just nuked in a single sentence. Connor's whole thing, like back here in this video, was expressing like disgust that Destiny had engaged in this behavior that was like harmful to like two military veterans who, you know, he described them as both homicidal and homicidal. The tone of this conversation to me is pretty clear that this guy would rather this stuff not be hashed out publicly. How do you not come to the conclusion that Connor is like violating this guy's privacy for like a drama cycle on a live stream? It's bad, man. Take it from the start. Oof. Okay. All right. Let it roll. All right. Here we go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna give it a minute. Just a minute. I will not have chat up during this segment because, frankly, I'm not interested in contending with DGG and or any critics, ne'er-do-wells, naysayers, disbelievers.
Why is this happening?
Heretics, or any filth of any sort. My current position is that I'm doing what I think is right. I'm saying what I think needs to be said. I'm saying what I think needs to have been said for a while. I'm going to try to be as fair, balanced, sane, stable, descriptive, and narrative as I possibly can be. I will also engage with chat and or super chats at the end, but I will not be interacting with anybody until I'm done. Not just that, but what I would say is, regardless of how you arrived here or how you leave, whatever you think, whatever you don't think, I don't care. Okay? You think I'm the biggest piece of shit on the fucking planet? Don't care. You think I'm the, fucking, I'm standing on principle? I don't care. I'm not doing this because of you. I'm doing this in spite of you. There are plenty of people who want to let sleeping dogs lie. I don't think I can. So once again, trying to be as fair, balanced, and decent to all parties as I possibly can be, I'm going to start. So what's good and bad about Stephen Bonnell II, aka Destiny? Well, I think that anybody who interacts with him for any period of time, especially if they are not repulsed by his abrasive...
Proudly with $2, Connor has become Mr. Girl 2.0. All right, I need a... is there a DGG wiki entry for Mr. Girl? Because that is one person that I don't know fucking jack shit about. Just give me a one sentence summary of Mr. Girl and the lore there. Just one sentence. He wrote a 400-page manifesto on Destiny. Is this accurate, chat? Mr. Girl is the best Destiny arc ever. It's the master of puppets of Destiny content. He became obsessed with Destiny's sex life after taking him down. And they used to be friends, right? Like stream friends. One sentence cannot encapsulate Mr. Girl. Oh dear. Okay. He was sort of small-scale YouTube artist, made music and cultural discussions, but also has a bit of a savior complex and went to war with Destiny. Okay, that's all I need. All right.
Manner, they can immediately recognize what's good about Steven. He's charismatic, he's intelligent, he's funny, he's rhetorically gifted, he's a good debater, he's good on his feet, he's witty, he's charming, and he can be, being an operative term here, he can be gracious and kind.
Pull your tongue out of my ass.
Can be. Now, what's bad about Destiny?
All right,
and I
folks.
think even
let's get into the Jubilee video. Actually, you know what? Real quick. Did the Bulwark cover the Platner stuff? I guess not. It's a little surprising. Yeah, we've kind of dwelled on that topic. I agree. We can move on. Okay. All right. I think for Jubilee Reacts, we need to do some strategic moving of things. We'll do this. Is that how I do it right there? Yeah, okay. Go like that. Okay. All right, we're gonna put it down here like so. It's pretty small though. Hang on, let me make it a little bit bigger. We'll do it like that. We'll move the chat down. All right, we'll see what happens. Sometimes, like with Jubilee, they do auto DMCA stuff on YouTube. Sometimes they don't though, so it's kind of confusing. We'll see. All right, here we go. One MAGA versus 20 far left Dems featuring Dave Rubin, who I might remind you guys is an actual fucking moron. Dave Rubin is genuinely a dim person of Dave Rubin's brain. He really is like pretty dumb. He has a long track record of saying some pretty dumb things. The dumbest thing he ever said, my favorite Dave Rubin moment, and the OG viewers, you'll know what I'm going to right now, was his conversation about gamers. Is one of the funniest things it is such a perfect clip. He talks about how gamers are hang on here. All right, here we go. This is hands down the funniest thing that Dave Rubin has ever said.
About that, which is a little strange.
Is there a connection, since I'm out of the video game world a little bit, although I want to talk some video games with you today?
Yeah, I hijacked the last one. I don't want to.
Yeah, but you have dragged me back into the world of games, and I'm happy about that.
Good.
But is there a connection that maybe is something through Gamergate and everything else about that when you're playing games, right? And I'm sort of back in now, and what am I playing? I'm playing
Axiom Verge.
Axiom Verge.
Made by my friend Tom Happ.
Yeah, how cool. I called you up. I'm like,
whatever happened to Colin Moriarty? He had a brief little glimmer there for a second. He became like a poster child for the anti-woke stuff. What the fuck happened to him?
I finally found a game I like. You're like, oh yeah, my buddy created it. Like, yeah, awesome. So I'm playing this game. It's sort of like an old school Metroid. And you have to do a lot of the things repetitively to really figure it out. I had to FaceTime with you because I got stuck in these two stupid walls and okay, whatever. But that you have to accomplish something in a video game. You have to
mind you, he just said he got stuck playing the game and he called Colin for help with the game. Just keep that in mind when he goes down this thread.
Keep trying to really figure it out. I had to FaceTime with you because I got stuck in these two stupid walls and okay, whatever. But that you have to accomplish something in a video game. You have to keep trying to succeed. Yes, can you go to GameFAQs or can you get the cheat code and all that stuff? You do, but it really is about you figuring out how to do all this stuff. And that to me sort of shows why the media, and especially the leftist media, hates games now or hates gamers. They don't like people who solve problems.
Just hands down the stupidest, funniest clip he has ever said. He goes from saying he got stuck in a video game and he called Colin for help, and then immediately pivots to the reason why lefties don't like games anymore is because you have to accomplish things on your own. I mean, it's just such a perfect clip and just perfectly encapsulates the, we'll say, cognitive limitations that Dave Rubin is working with.
Is this a bridge too far or am I onto something?
I don't know. I haven't really thought. I have to think about it. I haven't really thought about it.
His guess is like, it's pretty amazing. Blue cities and states grapple with more homelessness because they have more generous programs. I would just assume. I don't know. I don't know enough to tell you confidently that that's the case. But also in California, it's just, especially Los Angeles, Bay Area, not so much. Bay Area does get very rainy and gloomy and wet sometimes. But Los Angeles is pretty ideal weather, like 85% of the year. You know, somewhere between like 65 and 85 degrees. Gets a little hot during the summertime, you know, get up into the 90s, sometimes 100. Super El Nino might set Los Angeles on fire later this year if it actually happens. But, you know, I would assume that that's probably one of the reasons why so many homeless people venture towards like this city in particular.
One who has exacerbated that more than Donald Trump and MAGA.
I did go to a drug treatment center when I was 20. It was a private center. It wasn't run by any kind of city. My parents paid out of pocket for me to go. It was a nice spot, you know.
Republicans. We can talk about city specific.
But I don't think that the facility that I went to was equipped to deal with dual diagnoses. Like we didn't have people that were, you know, also suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, psychotic delusions, hallucinations. You would need a different kind of facility for that.
But I
still in place with respect to Portugal. The foundational law hasn't been repealed or replaced, and as of late 2025, early 2026, it's still operating and being studied and reported on as the live Portuguese system, but there's nuance worth getting right, both about what the model actually is and about strains it's been under. Portugal's model was never treatment versus incarceration as a binary. It's decriminalization plus a health-led referral system under Law 30/2000 since July 2001. Personal use and possession of up to a 10-day supply of any illicit drug is referred to an administrative panel that recommends treatment, fines, warnings, and other measures, while trafficking, cultivation, and possession above that threshold remains criminal offenses. Research published in 2025 still refers to and studies the Portuguese drug decriminalization model as the operative framework. And January 2026 reporting from journalists who visited Portugal in December 2025, including interviews at ISAD, Portugal's addiction services agency, describes the model as still in effect, with the country still recording fewer than 100 drug-related deaths a year. The institutionalized machinery is intact. 100 drug-related deaths a year? Wait, what? Goach for $20. Thank you so much. From a community mental health view, wraparound supports with housing job support is evidence-based. Of course, you don't get everyone, but those that fall through, you go a step further. There will always be outliers, but very few. I didn't mean to suggest that I don't support these kinds of policies. I do support treatment-focused policies. I like the Portugal model. I do think that for some patients, it's really, really difficult to treat some patients. Like very, very difficult. But I don't doubt the success of these kinds of models. Per capita math, Portugal's population is roughly 10.3 million. At 100 deaths per year, that's about 0.97 per 100,000. Or just under 10 per million. That lines up with reported figures where Portugal had about 10 drug deaths per million population in 2020. And other tallies put it around 6 per million, depending on the year and method. The contrast with the US is enormous. In 2020, the US was estimated at nearly 300 deaths per million. That's actually wild. Portugal at 10 per million, 10 deaths per million per year, compared with 300 in the US is actually... there is no evidence NYC has lost trillions in tax revenue since Mamdani took office. Official projections showed city tax collections in the tens of billions and rising, from about 84 billion in 2026 toward 100 billion by 2030. Employment and leasing data also do not show a mass business or billionaire exodus. Finance jobs and major office leases remain strong with limited relocations, reflecting pre-existing trends. The other thing too is like Mamdani has not convinced Albany to significantly raise taxes on billionaires. That just like hasn't happened. They did the what's it called? There's like, it's like a French word tax for like the purchase but unoccupied like condos. But that only raised, I think, 500 million in tax revenue.
Right? We have states' rights, and in Florida, say we have no state income tax, we have low regulation. We create the...
What am I reading right now? You went to a private treatment center your parents paid for. You are the privately educated person calling free school populism. What? Is that what it's called? Pied-à-terre tax? Yeah. What are you talking about, policy? When did I oppose drug treatment? Did not have a flat 60% tariff on U.S. cheese that's now, quote, basically 0%. Under USMCA, U.S. cheese, which again, Donald Trump negotiated the USMCA, U.S. cheese gets expanded duty-free access within quotas, but Canada still applies steep over-quota tariffs of about 245% on cheese, the protection was not reduced from 60% to zero.
Country.
Fact check. The United States introduced broad reciprocal tariffs in 2025, a baseline 10% and higher levels for deficit countries that applied to many trading partners, including Argentina and Israel, while those countries still largely operate under normal WTO or FTA-based schedules toward U.S. goods, with ongoing negotiations to reduce, not universalize, tariffs.
On them the same that they put on us so that we can negotiate that down. It doesn't seem like Trump's looking for that.
What do you mean?
Trump's-
That's
Dave Rubin is so comically bad he makes Tim Pool look educated. He is probably, I mean this literally, probably the dumbest MAGA pundit, like, of the major ones. It's like him or Candace Owens. They're both really aggressively ignorant and stupid. She hides it a little bit more because she's just has unbridled confidence that people confuse with being articulate or whatever. I would not say Tommy Lahren is as dumb as Dave Rubin. I mean, Dave is on his own island. I think he is way dumber than Tim Pool.
that's exactly what Trump did.
Nick Shirley. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Nick Shirley's probably the dumbest. I think you're right about that. Okay, Dave's number 2.
Just clarify.
I don't even know if anti-capitalists, or I don't even know if communists don't want people to have private property.
Workers should own the means of production.
Right. Oh, so you're a communist.
Wait, hang on. Are we talking about two different things here? Like the means of production and private property are two different things. Technically, communism is a future state following a socialist transition. Hutch, you're thinking of personal property. Well, isn't that private property? I'm pretty sure. Hang on. Did Marx believe in private property? Like, I don't think Marx was saying you can't have like your own like toothpaste or whatever. Marx believed private property was the means by which capitalists controlled the labor of others, creating social inequality and alienation, and that its abolition was necessary to resolve the conflict between labor and capital. Private property is a source of conflict. Bourgeois private property versus personal property. Okay, gotcha. So personal property is what Marx was not opposed to. Okay. Puberty blockers, fucking period. Like, how, hold on. What if a child has precocious puberty, or like what are the what is the usual age at which a child can experience precocious puberty? Is that beginning at 5 years old? But like no 5-year-old that is expressing trans identity is getting prescribed puberty blockers. Why would they give that to a 5-year-old?
There's any element of social contagion over the last 10 years?
The standard clinical thresholds are before age 8 in girls and age 9 in boys. If the first physical signs of puberty appear before those ages, clinicians generally flag it as precocious and worth evaluating. How common is this? And like, when is this? I guess it's around 7 or 8. Well, I don't know.
I don't.
Catching on the stream, and I have one question. Why are we watching you put words in your mouth? Put wood in your mouth every day. It's not wood. It's called miswak, and it is in the Quran. So what do you think he meant when he said we need to eradicate transgenderism? Okay. The clinical trigger is Tanner stage 2, not an age. Hold on. The key thing to understand is that under the major clinical guidelines, eligibility has historically been keyed to a stage of physical development, not a specific age. Though age ranges follow from that, and the whole framework is now contested and increasingly restricted. Let me lay out both the clinical answer and the caveat, since this is exactly the kind of topic where precise mechanisms matter. This is for puberty blockers. The clinical trigger is Tanner stage 2, not an age. Under the WPATH standards of care and the Endocrine Society guidelines, puberty blockers, GnRH agonists, have been recommended to be offered once an adolescent reaches Tanner stage 2, the earliest phase of physical puberty following clinical assessment. Both the Endocrine Society guidelines and the WPATH standards of care recommend that transgender adolescents be offered GnRH analogs once they reach Tanner 2 of puberty. The logic is that blockers prevent the development of secondary sex characteristics, so they're only useful before those changes occur, hence keying to pubertal stage rather than a birthday. What ages that translates to? Because Tanner 2 onset varies by individual and sex, the resulting age range is roughly 9 to 14, skewing younger for natal females. Okay. There you go. There's the age range. Watch that one on Wednesday. And then we got to get through the Sarah Miller, John Fetterman podcast tomorrow. I assume more people are going to be talking about the Platner stuff. I didn't think we would be able to get through that whole video because it was very frustrating. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I'm going to take off. There's no podcast tonight or this week. It's Katie Miller. That's who it is. Yeah, you're right. There's no podcast tonight or this week. This week is chalked. And then on Thursday, remember that I'm going to be interviewing Senator McMorrow. If you guys have any questions that you want me to ask her, I created a channel in the Discord. It's at the top of General called McMorrow Suggested Questions. If you guys have any questions, I won't be able to get to everybody's question, but I can pick a few. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Take it easy. Bye.